It's almost hard to believe that the sophisticated powerhouse coming up next started in 1948 as a group of Boy Scouts in pup tents. But in truth, the Cavaliers of Rosemont, Illinois are proud of their humble beginnings. This all-male corps won their first of 11 national championships in 1957, and they're serious contenders tonight. But the real glory for a Cavalier is not in the winning, but in the heritage of the green, black, and white.
The Cavaliers, of course, got sort of an unexpected start, taking it from a Boy Scout troop to what it is today. Obviously, we all are aware that the program over these 43 years has certainly changed. We went from strictly a neighborhood-type organization where the membership was just off the streets and became strictly a fraternal operation. What we retained from that is still the fraternal operation. It's one of the reasons we still remained an all-male corps.
Hi, everybody. This is Jan Warren Noel, Don's daughter. I'd like to welcome everybody to the 2020 Cav-A-Thon. Looking forward to raising lots of money tonight. The Corps definitely is looking forward to that. And just wanted to let you know I'm here in Arizona now. And my husband and I are still going through boxes. And we found some of Dad's old things. And one thing I found that I wanted to show was Dad's Corps briefcase. And you're not going to believe, my dad was known, at least at home, for never throwing anything away. One of the things I found when we were going through some stuff was his resignation letter dated 1949 to the Boy Scouts when he resigned as assistant scoutmaster. So he doesn't throw anything away. We have got keys, and I think some of these are from Logan Square, but we have lots and lots of keys. We have my dad's business cards, Corps stationery, ad blanks, old ad book forms, and I also found old dues lists of dues that were not paid and are still due. So I am not going to read any names. You know who you are. But I think all would be forgiven and Dad would be okay with it if you made a generous contribution tonight to the Corps. Don't worry about your outstanding dues. I just also want to say that Dad would be very proud of the way the Corps has gone through this pandemic and that they're going to come out strong in 2021 and beyond. And Dad's looking down on everybody and he's very, very proud of his Corps. So everybody, please enjoy the evening and have a great time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Start there. That's where we needed to start, with Jan Warren talking about Don. And she did, by the way, pass on that file of way overdue Corps dues. And unlike Jan, Jan's really polite. She wasn't going to mention any names. I might, if this night if it goes sideways, we don't start raising the amount of money I think we should, I might just start reading those names off. Monty Mast are you in Chicago or are you in Houston?
I'm in Chicago right now.
Okay. And I'm Dan Potter. I'm live in Tulsa, and welcome to the Cav-A-Thon. Back on track. This is Monty, this is one of several of these I've done for different corps in DCI. It's great to be rounding out the year doing this for Cavaliers. We have an exciting night, some great content that you are not going to want to miss over the next 4 hours. But before we get to all of that, we heard Jan Warren say there that Don would be proud of the way the Corps has weathered 2020. Can you, Monty, fill us in a little bit on what this year has been like for the Cavaliers?
Well, it's certainly, for nobody in Drum Corps, it was the year that we anticipated. In fact, a couple days before the March camp is when we had to say, guys, you need to stay home, because we had a brass camp in March. And things evolved very quickly. But our staff and members have been engaged throughout the summer. In fact, you're going to see one of the fruits of that this evening in the PASIC performance. We had found out just slightly before the season was shut down that we had been selected to perform at the PASIC convention. And when that convention went virtual, Mac and the percussion team got together and figured out a way to pull that whole event off.
Yeah, we're in fact going to see several segments from that PASIC presentation. And in the first hour alone, we'll see the segment that features the 1967 drum material. And also, I think 2008 is in this first hour as well. So we've got that to look forward to in the immediate future. As far as the immediate drum corps future, there's some momentum, Bonnie, that I think we can capitalize on this evening because DCI and the Cavaliers both out with announcements about the 2021 season this past week. Give us a little summary of what was announced.
Well, DCI came out with their announcement on Wednesday, Thursday, whatever it was, saying that there will be an event in Indianapolis in Lucas Oil Stadium, the August 12th, 13th, and 14th. And about 5 minutes afterwards, we came out with our announcement saying that we will be in attendance. And that there will be a 2021 version of the Cavaliers Drum and Bugle Corps. And so we're very excited to move forward with that. So, we don't know exactly what the season's going to look like yet. There's still pieces and things being put together. And of course, everything goes back to health and safety. With the pandemic being what it is, we've got to deal with those issues first, but talking to our own Cavalier medical team and the people that DCI had on the return to tour task force, we do see a light at the end of the tunnel that would allow us to have a tour in 2021 and some events. And we're still figuring out how to make them work. But we're working very hard with our fellow corps and our group in the Midwest. We're working on some things, and each regional group of corps is working on their plans to work together as well.
So we may see, or likely will see, other events beyond those 3 days that DCI is putting together in August in Indianapolis. There's likely to be regional things going on at other times during the summer if conditions allow that to happen.
Exactly. That's our hope, and we're working on the planning for those now. But what the announcement on this week gives us the opportunity to do is kind of put our season in the sand and say, okay, now we can move forward, and now we can plan dates and try to figure out exactly what those events are going to look like.
Well, the last thing I want to do is get behind, because we've got so much content to get to tonight. So let me tell folks a little bit about what they can do while they're watching this. You can go to the Rainbow Room. A $73 donation gets you into the Rainbow Room. You'll find the link to all of this at give.cavaliers.org. In the Rainbow Room, you're going to find all sorts of different attractions. We'll talk about exactly what's there coming up in just a little bit. But let's just say you can watch this show and hang out with other people, Cavaliers fans, alumni, whomever is in there, and see all of these different attractions. So the link is right there at give.cavaliers.org. We have lots of different premiums for you at different donation levels. But you know what the bottom line is here tonight. It's to give to the Cavaliers and to keep all of its great programs going and strong as we head into this bridge season of 2021 and then DCI's 50th anniversary in 2022. Monty, thank you for getting us started. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we might check back. If I get winded, I might just check back in with you. So don't go anywhere, okay?
I'm here for the duration.
So am I. And so is Mike McIntosh, who, as Monty said, put together this amazing PASIC presentation. We're going to get a taste of that right now. Give.cavaliers.org. We're back live in a moment, but check this out. Content tonight, and the first section we're going to check in with is Cavaliers percussion. Mike McIntosh, the percussion caption head for the Cavaliers, is with me. Hi, Mike.
Hello, Dan. Thank you for having me, friend.
You and the line were featured at PASIC, the Percussive Arts Society International Convention. Of course, a virtual convention this year, but still quite an honor. How does one's unit get invited to PASIC?
We were lucky enough to apply and be accepted. You go through the application process, and if you're accepted, you get a chance to present. And we had such a great turnout of talent this year that we really felt like we didn't want the season to end. Unbeknownst to us, there wouldn't be a season, So it was like, okay, we're going to gear the clinic towards, if there's no DCI, we're going to give everybody the DCI experience at PASIC. We're going to come into a street beat. We're going to have everybody that's been an iconic Cavalier composer talk about their specific role and contribution from 1961 through 2021. And we were going to end with Iowa, and we were literally going to have the crowd stand up and march out of the hall, the convention hall with us. And we had to pivot again. Everything went virtual, obviously. PAS, they used the platform that the 49ers used on their fan day. So we thought, okay, let's check that box. That's good. And they said, we're going to be completely virtual. What are your thoughts? And I said, well, we're going to try and still provide a great experience for our members. And we're going to still try and provide sunscreen, diesel fumes, 8 on a hand, and taco in a bag for everybody that's missing drum corps right now. So it literally became a love letter to everybody. And we styled the clinic to allow anyone that is a non-percussionist that loves the activity to get something out of it. Very quick Quibi style interviews. And we touched on an iconic excerpt from each decade from the 60s through 2021. So we actually played some music from the future. And this gave the line and the front ensemble a chance to experience different muscle combinations, different tempos, and really feel that change from what was hip in the 60s to what's hip now. So educationally, it was super strong. And it was just a chance for us to use all of these excerpts as building blocks to keep the percussion section engaged. It was an all Cavalier staff effort from Jeff Hardowitz to former marching member Nick Mason and his crew doing all the sound. And, I got a chance to know some iconic Cavalier composers and people that are a real big part of the history. So it was a win-win. It was received very warmly by everybody, percussionists and non-percussionists alike. So we're very proud of that effort.
All right. So you mentioned what was it? The 64?
1967 was the 64 count solo. It can get confusing. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? Just tell me a little bit more about that.
Fred Sanford, one of my heroes. Fred actually was a big fan of Larry McCormick. Larry McCormick was just an absolute icon in the Midwest in the drum corps scene in the early 60s. And he brought a lot of fresh thinking and innovation to the rudimental palette. And we thought that was a real good representation of, kind of what's next as it segued into the 70s. So Larry McCormick graciously allowed us to play that piece. And it was a lot of fun because the guys were like 120. They're thinking, are we going to march 240? I mean, they're just today's performer. So yeah, that was the first excerpt that we played, and luckily enough, it was organic how we picked everything, but it was very serendipitous. The 61 worked out, the 67 worked out, the stuff from Dan Spalding in 75 and on. So it was a lot of fun.
Looking forward to next season, maybe getting something on the field, possibly.
Well, I'm going through that post BOA WGI DCI hangover right now. I have no artistic outlet. The PASIC program just allowed me to, the project allowed me to, sow my oats artistically, which is incredible. I really need the marching arts in my life, I think, as we all do. I'm really missing it, and I'm just hoping it comes back. I'm gearing my business life towards that, and we're just kind of hoping for the best and trying to do our part, and hopefully things work out.
Well, thank you for your labor of love and your creative expression in this basic presentation. I loved what I've seen of it so far. I didn't see all of it in that preview, so I can't wait to see the segments that I missed tonight. But let's get started right now, shall we? Let's hear the 64 as performed in 1967.
Hi, my name is Michael Lorenz, and I was asked, since I marched in the 1967 Cavalier snare line, to talk a little bit about the 64 drum solo. A bit of background. I joined the Cavaliers at the very tender age of 11. My first season when I was 12, 1964, I was an alternate. I sat out the 65 season. Larry McCormick, the drum instructor, called me, and I rejoined the Corps and marched the 1966 and the 1967 seasons on snare. The 1960s Cavalier drum lines, it was all about Larry McCormick. Larry was way ahead of his time. He was a trendsetter, and he constantly challenged us to do more and more difficult music. The 1966 and 67 winter, that's when we also did the Blacklight Quartet at the Chicago Civic Opera House. Possibly the most difficult rudimental solo I've ever played. I do remember when Larry brought the 64 solo to rehearsal. In those days, we were rehearsing at the old Cavalier Hall at Logan Square before it burned down. But he had already been preparing us with different patterns, different exercises for some of the things that were contained in the 64. Even as a 14-year-old, I had a hard time wrapping my head around some of the phrasing in the second half, the paradiddle tap stuff. Bear in mind, we were playing on 12x15 Rogers Dynasonic drums with Mylar heads. We worked our butts off, we got that sucker clean, and we played it clean all summer long. It's my understanding that the current Cavalier snare line is going to play the 64. Guys, have fun. I have all the confidence in the world you're going to do it justice. Splooey.
Performing the 64 by Larry McCormick from 1967, please welcome the Cavaliers.
Hello, my name is Patrick McGowan, and I am the Senior Director of Forensics and Compliance at a global leader in aerospace and defense. However, from 1987 to 1991, I played quads at Cavaliers, and I wanted to be a part of Cavaliers really because of the 1985 show, The Planets. It was clear to me at that time that Cavaliers were making a little bit of a move. The show was more sophisticated. You could really see that there was some forward momentum, and they were kind of finding something about how they could innovate within that, that stylistic tradition. And so when I got to the Corps, I'd say that was one of the most prominent things about the organization is, just how much a part of the experience that the culture and tradition was every day in what you did. And what that meant to me and to, I guess to us at the time was trying to push the boundaries a little bit on the field and off the field. And when I think of that, there's really no day that summarizes that better than a day in Allentown, Pennsylvania in 1988. And it started out like a normal day, practice. But we noticed while we were practicing, me and my little buddies in the quad line, that there was an especially appealing press box on the stadium with no safety rail and at a nice altitude. And so naturally we figured we'd better climb up there with our drums at lunch and play up there. So we did. And that drew the ire of the Corps director. I mean, just radioactive fury. So that was, the first half of our day was something like that. But then that night we were meeting Blue Devils for the first time at a late season regional show, and Devils were awesome that year. I think undefeated at that point, and this is the last of the Tom Float drum lines. And so they're just, these were some of the lines that were ahead of us at the time, and we're trying to catch up to. And we popped a show that night and we won drums. And it felt great because it really felt like an arrival point that we were doing it kind of our way, the Cavaliers way, but we could be competitive with, these top lines out there like that. And, I felt fortunate to be part of the organization through that evolution because we did continue forward momentum in that time. And then to see it after I aged out, that the guys built on that so many times over, and yet you always kind of felt a part of it, when you would see it, and so that tradition was the common thread throughout that, and that same kind of attitude, chip on the shoulder, trying to just push the boundaries, seemed to always be a part of the experience, and I felt very fortunate to be a part of that, the Cavaliers at that time, and to see the organization, continue to grow like that was very rewarding. So I hope you enjoyed that small slice of Cavaliers lore. Enjoy the clinic. Thank you very much.
Performing Bunko Rules by Pat Bunko McGowan. Please welcome the Cavaliers.
It's a place you can leave your everyday behind. It's having a laugh. It's sharing a moment. It's scoring the perfect deal. And the perfect meal. It's a comfortable space to shop, dine, and celebrate. It's your holiday getaway and closer than you think. Rosemont, light up your holidays.
We've had a lot of goals this year. We had a set of goals that we had before we leave move-in. Did we achieve all of those goals? And we did. We got out to California. We went out there, we had a great time. And then we went back to Adrian for a 4-day camp. We had goals going into there. But now, we don't have any more major changes. And that was one of our goals. San Antonio, we want 99% of the show done. We worked really hard. We worked really hard amongst ourselves. We used a lot of technology, a lot of communication with the judges. Now this is the fun time of year. Now we don't have to worry about learning. Now we can really dig in and clean. We're setting a standard for ourselves that we haven't reached yet. That's our last goal, is to get to the standard that we believe we can get to. And that's on us to clean that show, to give them the tools they need to perform at that highest level. My message to the guys this time of year is, guys, now the fun begins. This is when it gets fun, because getting good is when it gets fun.
Well, small little bump in the road there that actually is supposed to be a message from the mayor of Rosemont. We'll fix that and get to it in just a second. Hey, Dan Potter, I'm live in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Happy to be here for the Cav-A-Thon. This is a 4-hour marathon fundraiser for the Cavaliers Drum and Bugle Corps. And we have great, if you've just joined us and caught some of the PASIC presentation that the Drumline did this year, we're in for a great night of drum corps entertainment. In fact, coming up, we will have the entire 1992 Revolution show, of course, the first of 7 Cavaliers World Championship efforts. The 92 show in its entirety coming up in just a moment. The whole reason we're here this evening is to raise money for the Cavaliers. You can get instructions on how to do that. There are many ways, a lot of fun ways to give this evening that we'll get into in a second, but give.cavaliers.org. You see that in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, give.cavaliers.org. That's kind of your baseline jump-off point for everything else that's going on. Now, let me tell you about the Rainbow Room. Monty and I mentioned that earlier. So this is a virtual space. You go into the Rainbow Room for a $73 donation, and you are in a virtual club, basically. And there are several different rooms within the Rainbow Room. There's the Rose Suite. It's kind of a hangout area, and it's the also the area where you can see the auction items and participate in the auction this evening. There's the Cobra Lounge. We're going to have live music all night in the Cobra Lounge with Zorilla, the Savants of Soul, and Special Needs Drumline Kingpins, all entertaining in the Cobra Lounge this evening. There is the Core Hall. And when I say there's the Core Hall, this place resembles Logan Square. Okay, so you got to check that out. Inside the Core Hall, there's poker tables. No, we're not playing with real money, just for fun. But there are poker tables there. And again, it has that original Logan Square look to it. And then we have bartender demonstrations going on in the bar there as well. And you can also, jumping off from give.cavaliers.org, you'll find some Cavaliers-oriented cocktails that you can mix for yourself this evening as the evening goes on. So that's just one way to participate. $73 donation gets you into the Rainbow Room. A $100 donation tonight gets you 2 T-shirts and access to the Rainbow Room. And for a $500 donation, you get 4 T-shirts, a donor plaque, and access to the Rainbow Room as well. So those are some levels you can give at this evening. And I got told during our last break that we have a challenge on the table this hour. $5,000 is the challenge. It's offered by the Brass Line. So anything that we get this hour up to $5,000, they will match. And that's significant because right now we're at $10,107. That's a great start, y'all. Let's keep that going. $10,107 right now. $5,000 challenge is on the line. So that means we could double that $10,000 by the end of this hour if you give right now. Just follow the instructions at give.cavaliers.org. All right, I think I've run out my time. Let's go to the 1992 show, the first of 7 championships. This is Revolution. We can kill time. We can absolutely kill time, Jeff. You just get in my ear and tell me when you're ready to go. We're having trouble with the playback function this evening, but we will get everything in. What else can I tell you? Told you about the Rainbow Room, told you about the donation levels. Some of the other stuff that we have coming up this evening, not only are we going to see the 92 show, we're going to see 1976, 85, 2002, the Framework show, and 2019. And speaking of the Framework show, I don't know if you've caught any of Drum Corps International's Run It Back series that we've been fortunate enough to do this year. But what we've done is taken some of the most iconic Drum Corps International shows of the entire history of DCI and reunited the staff and even some of the performing members from those shows. And we've done Zoom discussion sessions with them about the design of the show and then about putting it on the field during the summer. Well, we have done that with the 2002 Cavaliers Framework show. Earlier this week, I guess this was Thursday, Jeff Hardowitz and I got together all of the principals involved in the 2002 show. I say all of them. Some of them could not be there, unfortunately, but those that could had a great time taking apart and putting back together the framework show. And, you know, some of these people hadn't been in the same room, hadn't really spent time together since that season. So it was really exciting to get people like Mike Gaines and Andy Toth back in the fold with some of the Cavaliers staff like Mike McIntosh that are still there today. So that's coming up a little bit later on, 2002 Frameworks show. And then the Run It Back that analyzes that show in depth and reunites the staff. And so, all right, we'll check it out, Jeff. Let's take a look. 1992 Revolution. Roll it.
Happy holidays, friends. My name is Dean Westman, and I am a proud former marching member of the Cavaliers, marching in 1991 and 1992, although I have been around them my whole life. I grew up in Park Ridge, right outside of Chicago and right next to Rosemont, Illinois, and I have so many memories going back from being a little kid watching them practice in the fields of South Park, to sitting with the Heitzman family for the Park Ridge Memorial Day Parade, where we would watch the Cavalier cadets and the Cavaliers march every year in that parade. It's always been a part of my life, and it was a dream in college when I finally had the money to be able to march my last 2 years. I will tell you this, 30 years later, and a pretty magical trip in Drum Corps International, and it is still this organization that I look back to and go, that's the place that made me who I am. It's still the friends that are the most meaningful people in my lives. As a matter of fact, right now, I'm even during the pandemic playing in an MLB The Show video league with Cavaliers that go back to the Cavalier cadets in the 70s, Cavaliers in the 80s, 90s, up to current instructors and designers that are a part of the family today. And it's fun because you can connect not just with the guys you marched with when you're a part of this organization, but it's so easy to bond with people of all generations just because of this common experience that we shared as in our time as young men, as members of the Cavaliers. It means the world to me. I think about in 2016 when the Bluecoats won our first championship. Who were the first people to come and celebrate that moment with me? It was the guys that I marched with in the Cavaliers. That's who I hung out with that night until the sun came out. It was my Cavalier brothers who I hung out with. They have been there since the beginning. They've always been there. And I want to encourage you to do your part, to donate, to do anything you can to make sure that this amazing organization thrives for generations to come. We want other young adults to have the same opportunities that we had. And let's be honest, and I say this as the program coordinator of the Bluecoats, DCI would not be DCI without the Cavaliers. We need them. The activity needs them. Their unique style of entertainment is something that just you cannot match that. And so anything you can do to help out is going to help. And let's make sure that this green machine keeps rolling for many, many years to come. Best wishes to all of my friends, all of my brothers out there. I want to wish you a happy and safe holidays. And here's to us celebrating again together soon. Splooey.
I got to tell you, that is one of my absolute favorite human beings on this planet. I love Dean Westman. And knowing that he is a Cavalier through and through. And in fact, for those of you who don't know, one of the last people we see standing on the sideline of that 92 show holding up his contra, that's Dean Westman. It's kind of why we put him there at coming out of the 92 show. But once you know Dean and you know that he comes from the Cavaliers, it all makes sense, right? He learned that stuff that he's teaching kids in the Bluecoats and at Avon High School, the orchestra and the marching band there. He's teaching them the stuff that he learned at Cavaliers and passing it on, and the ripple just keeps going from there. Dan Potter in Tulsa as we're continuing on with the Cav-A-Thon. And we are raising money for the Cavaliers right now. Go to give.cavaliers.org. We have a $5,000 challenge on the table. We'll get you an updated total in just a moment. One of the things we're doing this evening is honoring some honorary Cavaliers, and we're handing out the Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Awards for this year as well. And we have our very first honorary Cavalier in just a moment, Dr. Brenda Brack. We'll hear from her coming up. But I want you to give right now. Don't let this slide. Let's get some momentum going right now and encourage other people to give. You'll see the names scrolling at the bottom. Just follow the instructions at give.cavaliers.org. All right, here's our first honorary Cavalier of the evening, Dr. Brenda Brack.
Hi, Chris Hardowitz here. Hope you're enjoying the show tonight, and a big shout out to all of our fans over in the Rainbow Room, the VIP virtual party, that you're having a great time. It's one of my great privileges as president of the board to be able to announce the recipients of our Honorary Cavalier and Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Awards for 2020. The Honorary Cavalier Award is given to volunteers and members of our organization who have not marched on the field as Cavaliers and deserve to be recognized for many years of dedication to the organization. Tonight's recipient is very special to all of us, and I'd like to read the inscription that's on the plaque that she received. In appreciation for your many years of service and commitment to the Cavaliers organization and its principles, for your many years as a doctor, leader, board of directors member, healer, teammate, collaborator, and your dedication and sacrifice. For the contributions to leading and developing the Cavaliers Medical Group into the standard of the activity, and for being a positive representative of the Cavaliers as a leader. Great time. It's one of my great privileges as president of the board to be able to announce the recipients of our Honorary Cavalier and Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Awards for 2020. The Honorary Cavalier Award is given to volunteers and members of our organization who have not marched on the field as Cavaliers and deserve to be recognized for many years of dedication to the organization. Tonight's recipient is very special to all of us, and I'd like to read the inscription that's on the plaque that she received. In appreciation for your many years of service and commitment to the Cavaliers organization and its principles, for your many years as a doctor, leader, board of directors member, healer, teammate, collaborator, and your dedication and sacrifice. For the contributions to leading and developing the Cavaliers Medical Group into the standard of the activity, and for being a positive representative of the Cavaliers as a leader on the DCI Drum Corps Medical Project. For your passion to always being the medical conscience of the Cavaliers and our priorities on the health and safety of our most important assets, our members. For these outstanding contributions, we honor you with the title Honorary Cavalier, December 5th, 2020. Dr. Brenda Brack.
Hello, Cavalier Nation. I am so excited to receive this prestigious Cavalier Award. I first saw the Corps in 1979 when I drove to LaSalle, Peru. There was a special Cavalier named Dale Hallerberg who I wanted to see. We had met at college the year before and participated in the marching line together, and I had heard about Drum Corps and the Cavaliers, but had never seen them perform. Who knew then that I would continue to follow and help the Corps for many years to come? My work with the Cavaliers started small when my daughters were really young. I was recruited by Dr. Craig Bales and Helen Turner, who had been caring for the medical needs of the Corps before my time. I helped out by doing pre-tour physicals underneath the NIU Stadium in 2000. This expanded to seeing members who were sick or injured at local shores in the Midwest, and then we expanded our Whitner fitness program and our medical record-keeping systems. Dr. Bales retired in 2013, and I became lead physician at that time. I've had so much help along the way. Nurses Helen Turner, Chris Cunningham, Paula Lamb, Laura Brooks, Jenny Dimitrov, Mitchell DeGrauwe, and Chad Gann. Also Doctors Tom Freeman, Sharon Goldstein, Alan Miko, Fred Owen, and Craig Bales. I've been so lucky to have so many hardworking medical professionals by my side. Helen often says I have two practices, and taking care of the Corps is my other full-time job. Keeping the members healthy and treating them when they are sick or injured has been really rewarding for me. I love helping the members reach their highest potential. They have rewarded me many times over with their appreciation, their ability to overcome medical challenges, and most of all, their drive towards excellence. To the Cavalier membership, past, present, and future, be outstanding, be great people, do good, and stay healthy, and continue to wash your hands. Would love to see you back in 2021. Thank you again for this very special honor.
One thing that's universal throughout the Cavaliers' history is that you will always find Cavaliers being in and part of their communities. We have a great example of that this evening. Dale Hallerberg is with the group Kingpins, and he's a Cavalier alumni. Hi, Dale.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Great. The Kingpins are a special need drum line, and they grew out of the Strikers. So I guess we need to understand who the Strikers are first.
Well, the Strikers are a couple of old drum corps buddies who got together to drum and just have a good time. But we realized that there was a lot of great work we could do in our community. So we've expanded now from just an adult group to have 7 student organizations, including the Kingpins.
And tell us about the Kingpins.
The Kingpins came out of an inquiry from one of the moms of one of our participants. She had a son who's special needs and said, hey, could we do something with my son Dylan? He would love to participate, but he's not ready to go on a parade or, play a drum like that. And our default answer is, yes, we can. So we put together a program for special needs students in conjunction with the Northern Illinois Special Recreation Association, who are really experts in offering these kind of programs. And together with the expertise and the drums from the Strikers, we made a program and made it work.
And so the Kingpins provide performance opportunities and obviously rehearsal opportunities for special needs kids. That has to be gratifying, Dale.
Well, the biggest thing is these kids just love it. First of all, you've got the musical side of it, and they all love music, and they suggest tunes, and we just play them. And then there's also the kind of the physicality of drumming. We've got kids that do everything from just play normal sort of height to just beating the snot out of the drums. And they're having so much fun and so physically into it. And we're like, what the heck? If we got to buy new heads, we'll buy some new heads. They are just having a blast. The parents and caregivers love it. And we as instructors and directors, and I guess I'm the founder, we just love to see the excitement that they bring to this drumming.
The Kingpins, and by extension Strikers, get some support from Cavaliers, not an unofficial Cavaliers program, but as you've already said, a lot of alumni involved. What is it about having the Cavaliers in your past that makes you such a giver, such a part of your community? What do you think it is?
Well, I know that everything I do today has some link back to my time in drum corps and as a part of the Cavaliers. And one of the other helpers with Kingpins is another Cavalier quad drummer. So these kind of connections and the help and assistance that we give each other has been tremendously beneficial. In addition, my friendship with folks at the Cavaliers like Joe Roach and Chris Lugo and now Monty Mast has opened up avenues for performance. So last year we performed at a Cavalier send-off, and just their assistance with many of the items that would be very difficult if we didn't have great friends to help us along the way.
Dale, there are probably people watching this thinking, man, our community could really use a special needs drum line. What do you suggest they do?
Well, first of all, I am wide open. I would love to see this expand. I think any community, even with a small group, could have great fun with this and be a terrific program for those students. So I am wide open. I'm available at dale@cavaliers.org. That's my email address. And I would love to help this happen anywhere in the nation, actually internationally. And we hope to maybe someday have something like this in Rosemont as part of the Cavalier programs. We'll see how that turns out, but I'm very hopeful for the future of that.
Hey everybody, my name is Russell Wharton, and I'm one of the battery coordinators here at the Cavaliers. I marched on the bass drum line from 2008 to 2012, so as you can imagine, the 2000s is a decade that I'm pretty passionate about. Now, one of the major changes that happened around this time was the legalization of amplification. It took place in 2004, and it completely changed the game. One of the big changes for us percussionists is that now you could legally amplify your keyboard instruments, which meant that the keyboard players could play with a much more concert-style touch and approach. It also meant that you could amplify instruments that you wouldn't otherwise be able to hear acoustically, such as waterphone or hammer dulcimer. It really opened up the possibilities for composition. Another big change around this time is the addition of choreography to the battery. Now, before 2007 or 2008, batteries pretty much exclusively either stood still or marched for their whole show. And nowadays you go see a drumline competition and there's incredibly detailed choreography happening while they're drumming. It really just became a new way for the performers and the show designers to express their ideas. The last change I want to mention is something a little bit more subtle. But if you watch a show from 2000 and then watch a show from 2009, you'll notice a change in the percussion vocabulary. Around this time, percussion arrangers started playing with more rhythmic and flow and space-oriented ideas and kind of got away a little bit from what you might consider traditional rudimental vocabulary. In a way, it kind of mirrors the shift in the brass world from using G bugles to B-flat and F band instruments. And in a way, it actually starts to blur the line a little bit between the marching ensemble and the concert ensemble. It's something that people still love to argue about today, but either way, the 2000s was a decade of radical change in the marching arts.
Hi, this is Jim Casella from Portland, Oregon. I was a music arranger for the Cavaliers for 4 years, starting in the 2006 season. When I was hired by the Cavaliers, I had recently finished a long tenure with the Santa Clara Vanguard. And I remember Scott Coder specifically asking me to bring some of the SCV approach. This was both a fun endeavor and a challenging experiment because those two programs weren't necessarily coming at things from the same stylistic standpoint back then. But the way I saw it, and the way I still see it, is that music is the thing that will dictate the technical approach, not the other way around. Just because we're in the marching realm, there's a battery, there's a front ensemble, we're wearing uniforms, we're running around a field, we're being adjudicated. It's still just one big percussion ensemble making music together. Real music that should make you feel something deep at your core. In 2008, our show was titled Samurai, and this is a time in history where the indoor percussion scene had really taken strong hold, and I think in a lot of ways was starting to influence how drum corps programs were programming their shows. So there was a lot more body motion, and just in general, the musical and visual captions were becoming much more integrated. This was also the first year where the front ensemble wore costumes rather than the traditional Cavaliers uniform. So I like to think of this time in history as kind of the dawn of the more theatrical, highly produced shows that we've become more accustomed to today. So a show called Samurai really gave us a very clear character to go after, and it drove a lot of our musical direction in terms of rhythmic themes and scales and colors. We had these shell attachments on the snares and tenors, and it was kind of meant to mimic the sound of a stick on the rim of a taiko drum. You'll hear that a lot in this excerpt from the third movement. I feel hugely honored to be just a small little part of the tradition of excellence in the Cavaliers percussion program, and I want to thank Mike McIntosh and especially the Cavaliers 2020 percussion section for performing this excerpt for you. I hope you enjoy it.
Hello, my name is Eric Johnson, and I have over 20 years of experience with the Cavalier organization as a marching member, instructor, arranger, composer, and as a consultant. I was an instructor from 1995 through 1997, front ensemble arranger from 1998 through 2005, and 2008 through 2010. I also served as a consultant for many years as well. It's an honor for me to be involved in this clinic, 0 to 60, the past, the present, the future. One of the selections featured today is the third movement from the Cavaliers' 2008 production of Samurai. One of the important elements of this show was the use of traditional Japanese percussion instruments. I was first introduced to traditional Japanese percussion instruments as the front ensemble arranger for the Amachi band from Nagoya, Japan. After further research, Jim Casella and I implemented an extensive list of traditional Japanese percussion instruments. 2008 was the final summer before electronic sound design was introduced. Therefore, we had to produce all the traditional Japanese percussion sounds acoustically. Some of the traditional Japanese instruments used in this production were shimidaikos, chudaikos, shakuhachi flute, which was reproduced with a slide whistle, a shamisen, which was reproduced with a Chinese yangshin dulcimer, yoshigi claves, tarigani, chapas, bell tree, Tibetan bowls, finger cymbals, wind chimes played with glockenspiel mallets, bamboo wind chimes, and a glockenspiel played with finger cymbals. For the Samurai production, I had the privilege of writing alongside Richard Saucedo and Jim Casella. So without further ado, please enjoy the third movement from the Cavaliers' 2008 production of Samurai. Thank you.
Performing Samurai by Jim Casella and Eric Johnson from 2008. Please welcome the Cavaliers.
Isaac Merriweather, the last time we talked, it was on the field. I think it was semifinals of 2019. And I was talking to you about being one of the most expressive timpani players I have ever seen. How you been, man? How you surviving 2020?
Been doing a lot of drum set work with my church, and have been doing a lot of projects. Actually, one of them being this, Everybody's Somebody.
I was going to ask you about that. What is that about?
Yeah, it's a brand that me and my buddies came up with, and it's right now we're just selling merchandise, but eventually we'll be doing a lot of video work, a lot of poetry work. We'll be putting a lot of people's stories that are like just normal people out in the street, getting their stories out there and letting everybody know that like, hey, we're actually not that different from our neighbors or the people down the street from us, you know.
That's awesome. We just watched the 2008 PASIC presentation. You were a big part of that. What was that like to take part in? That was, man, a lot of notes.
Yeah, man, that was something very unique. It's weird being connected with people from a distance, because like we all have some sort of history with that music, whether it be like that's like ensemble music that we heard being like super young or something like that. And like for me, like 2008 was like one of those crazy years that just like blew my mind. And the fact that I got to like play those notes, oh dude, fanboying over here.
What have the Cavaliers meant to you, Isaac? And tell us a little bit about, you know, how they've helped you develop as a musician and as a person.
Man, again, so like when we talk about the Cavaliers, it's almost more than just a chord, you know. It's definitely a family. These are the dudes that like you can go to in any hardship. You can go to these dudes in any time of your life when you're just having a blast. You know, you want to share those experiences with people. You want to share your experiences with those people. You want to be able to like lean on these people, and they let you know that they're there for you, and vice versa. So it's very much like having a family. When it comes to the music side of things, man, I wouldn't be in. I truly believe I wouldn't be anywhere without the teaching that goes on just within that organization, man. Like we had doctors from University of Alabama, and like all like I wouldn't be getting that without going to college if I didn't do the Cavaliers, you know. So I'm just eternally grateful for the opportunities that they gave me, the teaching that they gave me, and just the long life family that I have. I think I'm just very happy that I got to do it when I got to do it, you know. Especially if 2020 has taught us anything, it's that like our time is it's small, you know. We don't have much time on this earth, and the fact that I got to spend 3 years with those people and with that organization, man, like I couldn't be any more grateful, you know.
Ike, I want one of those Everybody's Somebody shirts. How can I get one? Just tell everybody to get one.
Oh, you can visit our website at everybodyssomebody.com. And for you, I'll probably just send one to you, man.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. I want to make the content. I want to make it. Thank you, Isaac. It was good to catch up with you, and good luck down the road. I know we'll cross paths again.
Oh, absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
It is. It's really good to see Ike Merriweather again, and Dr. Brenda Brack too. Congratulations to Brenda, Honorary Cavalier, and Dale Hallerberg, her husband, and all the great work he's doing with Kingpins. Got a quick story about Dr. Brenda Brack. A few years ago, Drum Corps International World Championships in Indianapolis, I'm going to shoot a feature somewhere in downtown Indy, and we're on a golf cart. And my wife is with us. I'm driving the golf cart. She's sitting on the back. We've got a producer and a camera person with us. And I drove over a curb in downtown Indianapolis and basically ejected my wife from the back of the golf cart. Never driven a golf cart since. Bottom line was my wife went sprawling into some gravel and tore her leg up pretty badly. And it was Dr. Brenda Brack that came to our hotel room, picked the gravel out of Martha's leg and got her right again. So I'll always owe, and we both will, an eternal debt of gratitude to Dr. Brenda Brack for coming to our rescue. I guess this was 2017, I believe. So thank you, Dr. Brenda Brack, and congratulations on becoming an honorary Cavalier. I am Dan Potter. So glad you could join us. You have found the Cav-A-Thon. We're getting back on track, getting ready for 2021 by raising money for the Cavaliers organization this evening with some great content. Are you enjoying what you're seeing tonight? I hope so. And I hope you open up your wallets and give tonight. Go to give.cavaliers.org. Coming up in this second hour. And we're a little bit behind because of some technical difficulties. Hopefully things will go smoothly the rest of the evening. But consequently, we've still got great content ahead. We're going to see the entire 1976 show coming up in just a little bit. And then we'll make another doctor an honorary Cavalier, this time Dr. Michael Vaughn. And then the rest of the hour is largely going to be about the 2002 Frameworks show. And we're going to do a segment we call Run It Back, where we get together the staff and some of, at least the drum major, Brandon Barametti, from that year, and dissect the Frameworks show. And it's spectacular. You're not going to want to miss that. That's coming up in just a little bit. I hope to have a new number for you here. The last one I had was just over $10,000 with a $5,000 challenge on the line. I'll try very hard to get you a number next time. I think we're making progress on that $5,000 challenge. And I know we've got another challenge lined up from the color guard ready to go in just a moment. But instructions on how to give, you can hit the donate button if you're on a platform that has one, or just go to give.cavaliers.org. And we have much more to come. Let's go back to 1976 right now. Give.cavaliers.org.
Tonight's second recipient of our Honorary Cavalier Award will be a very popular choice for our members and those of our organization who spend time on tour with the Cavaliers during the summer. I'll read from the inscription on the plaque. In appreciation for your many years of service and commitment to the Cavaliers organization and its principles, for your many years as a volunteer, leader, teammate, collaborator, and your dedication and sacrifice, for the contributions to the growth of the CPI Road team, for being a valued part of the administrative team, and as the tour manager and the corps director of the Cavaliers Drum and Bugle Corps, for your passion to the mission, history, and traditions of the Cavaliers, and keeping our priorities on developing the leadership qualities of our most important assets, our members. For these outstanding contributions, we honor you with the title Honorary Cavalier. December 5th, 2020, Dr. Michael Vaughn. Congratulations, Michael.
It has been said that gratitude is the least articulate of the emotions. While I hope my remarks are not inarticulate, I do recognize that it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to fully express our gratitude, particularly upon receiving an honor such as this. If I could demonstrate how much this means to me, the words thank you would pale and diminish the enormity of the gratitude that I owe. When I think of others who have received the Honorary Cavalier honor before me, individuals whose contributions helped to establish and maintain this organization throughout its storied history, I am humbled to now be among their number. It is a tremendous honor that I accept with a great deal of humility. My journey with the Cavaliers began over 10 years ago at the behest of my dear friend, our former corps director, Mark Ackerson. Mark almost insisted that I volunteer with the drum corps. I finally agreed to do so and signed up for 2 weeks during the summer tour. I met the drum corps on a stormy night in Minneapolis, and within a few short hours, I felt I had made a terrible mistake. I was cold, I was soaking wet, I didn't know anyone, I felt very much outside of my element. I simply wanted in that moment to go home. I wanted to leave. But I had committed to 2 weeks, and I was determined to honor that commitment. When those 2 weeks came to an end, I no longer wanted to leave. I wanted to stay. Something had happened in the course of those 12 days that had completely changed my mind. At the time, I don't think I was able to articulate what it was. But now, many years later, having been intimately involved with this drum corps, I am able to identify that what I felt then was the very essence of what the Cavaliers is all about. It is, in fact, our mission, and that is to transform lives. We transform young men into responsible citizens, into leaders, into better people. And although I didn't identify that specific set of values at the time, they were present. And they're still present today. The very values that Don Warren established so many years ago when he founded the Cavaliers are still very much at the forefront of everything that we do. And it's those set of values that have continually led me back to the Cavaliers. Very soon after joining the organization, I was introduced to Chris Hardowitz. And Chris jokingly said to me, "You know, now that you're here, you can never leave." And he was right. On two levels. Firstly, once we find someone who's willing to volunteer with the organization, who's willing to give of their time, we never let them go. But Chris's statement was also somewhat prophetic, at least for me. I didn't want to leave. Once you're here, you can never leave. It's almost impossible to tear yourself away from this phenomenal organization. My journey with the Cavaliers has taken many different turns. I initially volunteered to sell t-shirts, and I sold t-shirts beside Mr. and Mrs. Bill Wiggins and Gail Horst, all three of whom are honorary Cavaliers themselves. After several years, I became tour director and personnel manager. And then in 2018, Chris Lugo approached me and asked if I would assume the role of director. This is something that I had not considered. It is not a role to which I aspired, or not a role that I even desired at that point in time. But after a great deal of consideration and soul searching, I felt that perhaps I could offer something to this organization that had given me so much. And I did assume the directorship of the Cavaliers for the 2019 season. When I look back over this marvelous journey, I'm reminded of the words of the great actress Shirley Booth when she received her Academy Award for the film Snake Pit. She said, "The road to this point has been long and hard, but the view has been wonderful all the way." While there have certainly been moments of great trial, while there have certainly been moments that were stressful and hard, the view or the experience has been wonderful all the way. There are a multitude of people that should be thanked. This award was made possible through the efforts of many people. Any of my accomplishments are the accomplishments of so many others. Any of my achievements have been made along with the efforts of so many others. But there are several people that I would like to individually thank, beginning with my dear friend Mark Ackerson, who remains my mentor, my supporter, and my confidant. Joe Roach, Chris Lugo, Lamar Branson Long, all provided leadership and friendship. Our wonderful office manager, Roseanne Dewworth, without whom none of us could do what we do. Our board of directors, led by Chris Hardowitz and Dale Young, never ceased to provide support. Our tremendous new executive director, Monty Mast, in the short time he has been with us, has proven to be a wonderful colleague, advisor, and friend. And Miss Gail Horst, whom I met so many years ago, has to this day remained one of my biggest supporters and a wonderful friend. And finally, Mr. Adolph DeGrauwe. Adolph has continually served as a source of inspiration. He has been a mentor, he has been an advisor, and he has been a friend. In closing, let me simply leave you with these words from William Shakespeare's play, Twelfth Night. I can no other answer make, but thanks, thanks, and ever thanks. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Wow. Thank you, Michael Vaughn, for a heartfelt acceptance, and congratulations on becoming an honorary Cavalier. Good evening. If you've just joined us here in the last few minutes, congratulations. You found the Cav-A-Thon. I'm Dan Potter. I am in my office in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Proud to be your host for this this webathon to get the Cavaliers back on track and ready for 2021. I do have a new number. Thank you, Chris Hardowitz. We've done the calculations. We were able to take advantage of some of that match from the brass line, and we are up to $15,800. So a pretty good start. I know we'll have this will snowball as we go through this, and we're only really about an hour and a half, a little less than 2 hours into our effort this evening. So we've got a ways to go, and you can give right now. Instructions are at give.cavaliers.org. And when you go to give.cavaliers.org, there's some links there. If you're just watching this, that's fine. We want you to give. That's the next step. You watch this, you give. However, there are other things going on at this moment. There are over 50 people in what's called the Rainbow Room. The Rainbow Room is a virtual space that we have set up. This is so cool. You create your own avatar, and then you go into the Rainbow Room, and in the Rainbow Room are several little subsections, if you will. There's the Cavalier Museum with all sorts of cool stuff from throughout the Cavaliers' history to look at. There's the hangout area that we're calling the Rose Suite, and that's where you can participate in the auction. I believe one of the auction items is a cooking lesson from yours truly. We'll cook a meal together online. That's one of the auction items. So there's lots of stuff there you can bid on. That's in the Rose Suite. There's the Cobra Lounge with live music all night long. And there's the Core Hall. And there's some just for fun gambling going on in the Core Hall. There's poker tables set up. And that Core Hall, by the way, has kind of the look and feel of Logan Square to it. So that's worth checking out, too. A $73 donation gets you into the Rainbow Room. It does take about 20 minutes to turn around your membership in the Rainbow Room. But you'll get in, and even after this Cav-A-Thon ends, there is an after party, and the party's going to continue there in the Rainbow Room and all of its subsections. So my advice is do that right now. Donate $73 right now, and you get access to the Rainbow Room and all the fun going on there for the rest of the evening, including the after party. And like I say, it takes about 20 minutes to turn that around. So you want to get on that. But beyond that, if you donate more than $73, let's say you donate $100, not only do you get Rainbow Room access, you also get 2 t-shirts. If you donate $500, we'll give you 4 t-shirts. We'll give you a donor plaque, and we will give you access to the Rainbow Room as well. So do that right now. Find out how at give.cavaliers.org. All right, I mentioned earlier this evening that a lot of this hour is going to involve the 2002 Frameworks show. And we're coming at it from a couple of different angles. First of all, Mike McIntosh and his crew examined the percussion book for the PASIC presentation that they did in November. And we're going to look at that first. And then our Run It Back segment. If you've just joined us and don't know what Run It Back is, we're getting the staff, the designers, and even the drum major, Brandon Barametti, from 2002. We got them together for a Zoom session and just kind of set by set went through the whole show and reunited these people, and it's a hoot. So we're going to do the Run It Back on the 2002 Framework show coming up after the PASIC segment. I believe, let me scroll down here. Yeah, I'm going to come back and talk to you a little bit after that Run It Back segment, try to squeeze a little more money out of you, and then we will watch the entire 2002 Framework show. Remember, that was the highest scoring show in DCI history up until that point. So kids, you're going to want to see this. 2002 Frameworks in its entirety coming up right after we kind of dissect it first, beginning with the PASIC presentation. So let's do that now. In the meantime, why don't you go to the Rainbow Room? You can watch all of this in the Rainbow Room and do all that other stuff too, and create your avatar and interact with everybody else. $73 donation gets you in there. 2002 from all sorts of different angles, beginning with the drum book and Mike McIntosh and everybody in the Cavies drum line. Enjoy this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is Brett Kuhn. I'm here to give you a quick talk down on the next excerpt we'll be playing for you, which is the Fight Club section of the 2002 Framework show. First of all, I want to thank Eric Johnson and Richard Saucedo, who collaborated on this musical moment for the show. This particular moment was really based or had emphasis in rhythm, starting with very simple quarter notes. If you listen to the entire movement sometime on YouTube or on your DVDs or whatever you have access to, you hear that quarter note in the clave, and then there's two fundamental rhythms we kind of thread throughout that the audience really could hold on to or attach to. One of those is the rhythm and melody from Green Acres, which is an old school show that many at that time still knew, or if they were younger members of the audience, would hear about and then go find it on late night TV. And then A Shave and a Haircut, 2 Bits was the other rhythm. So those two rhythms that you hear a lot are the threads that go throughout. When we created this movement, we wanted to use some unique textures and timbres on the field, or try some new things. One was the actual counting of rhythm as the Fight Club is building, and you hear the groove and texture underneath. Because at that point in the movement, we'd already pretty much displayed the technical aspects we wanted to display. We'd already played in a lot of odd time and really emphasized different rhythmic changes, 5-lets to 16ths to triplets, etc. And I think it was the culmination of that movement, this particular section. And it was really about the movie, what Michael Gaines and Andy Toth did right here to develop this amazing synergy with the drum corps that was so memorable for everyone. One of our other goals was the fact that we used Green Acres and A Shave and a Haircut, 2 Bits, was by the end of the year, I just wanted the audience to clap those rhythms with us. I wanted them to be in the show, to feel like they were a part of the show. There's no greater feeling when you guys get to interact with the performers, and I think that's one of the things that really sold it. And I think when you watch the video from back then and you see the audience stand up at the end and just, it's this amazing applause, I think it was really for them and for us, which was such a cool moment. So the synergy was awesome. Obviously, this could not have happened without the incredible staff and the incredible members of that drum corps. So thank you to you all. This is really about you guys. So without further ado, the 2020 Cavaliers Drumline and Fight Club.
Performing Fight Club by Brett Kuhn, Michael McIntosh, and Eric Johnson from 2002, please welcome the Cavaliers.
The late pen of pageantry Michael Boo. As we record this show, we are less than 2 weeks removed from Michael's passing from pancreatic cancer. And the loss of Michael Boo is something that all of us are going to feel in ways we don't even know yet over the next several years. But fortunately, Mike's prolific writings are quite a legacy. And while doing prep for this chat today, I learned something about frameworks I did not know before. and it came from Michael Boo's Spotlight. He wrote about this show back in 2014. Scott, Michael Boo actually came up with the name Frameworks, didn't he?
That's right. Absolutely correct. And Michael Gaines and I were chatting about that last week by email. We were never as a team very good at titles, and we took our time with things, but you always had to turn in your show description for show sponsors in the DCI yearbook around April. And I'm not sure if I saw Michael earlier than that, but I know by that time we were still loosely calling it the Elements of Music. And Michael Boo reached out to me and just said, what are you thinking here? And I'm just talking through what the concept was with strictly just having Richard and the music guys do melody, harmony, and rhythm, and really nothing else but that. And he goes, so what is it? I said, well, it's the building blocks of music. It's, it's just the basic elements. It came to light based on a book I saw. And he goes, so it's like the building blocks. I said, yeah. He goes, the frameworks. And I said, yeah. And I kind of turned my head, thought that was pretty cool. Then I presented to Michael Gaines and then the rest of the team, and we went with it.
Brandon, what was it like from the members' perspective?
Well, I can tell you that, for me, having a chance to lead this drum corps was one of the greatest joys of my life. I mean, it set me up for everything in my career now, just being a part of such an awesome team. And here, as Scott said, as a member of this corps and looking at this screen and looking at all of these amazing educators that, impacted me, and I still interact with many of them quite regularly in my profession, which is just mind-blowing. And it's really, really cool.
Now, right?
I'm the band director at Centerville High School in Ohio.
I have one more overall topic of discussion before we break this thing down. One of the unique aspects of the Cavaliers brand that year, and really the years prior, the immediate years that we've been talking about, was the symphonic sound of the brass that achieved so much edge of your seat effect without super high volume impacts throughout much of the show. That sound was crafted by then brass co-caption head David Bertman, the associate professor of music and band director at the University of Houston, and co-caption head Mark McGahee, who I believe still at Keller High School in Texas. Unfortunately, neither of them are with us for this panel, but I do want to take a moment to talk about that brass sound, the control of it, the symphonic nature of it, how it was crafted, how it was received by judges and fans. Drew Shanefield, do you want to take that first?
Of course. It's great to see everybody. What David and Mark and the staff brought in was they put a premium on characteristic tone. Music can be made by instruments, or at this point, this is, the corps' second year on the B-flat horns. So they had a dry run of it, or the first run of it in 2001. And the premium, though, is put on characteristic sonority. What is the right sound? And will you ever play with the wrong sound? The answer is no. And I think what David and Mark would say, one of the first things you have to do is when you play is you have to listen, and you have to have your ears turned on. You have to be listening to everything in terms of characteristic sound and color. And in order to do that, sometimes the first byproduct of that, Dan, is you have to play maybe a little bit softer so you can hear everybody. And then if it's in tune, and if it's in tone, and if it's in color, it should speak for itself. And those guys will tell you there were tuners on tour, but those little Korg tuners never left the backpacks. Everything was done by ear. Everything was done by ear. And if it couldn't be done by ear, it was taught to be done by ear. And I remember, and I don't want to speak for Richard, but we would sometimes, and speak for Scott, sometimes we would be like, come on, let's go. Release the hounds. Come on, let's go. And they would say, no, man, there's a process. Just trust the process. And there would be, and man, we would have some spirited conversations, and I learned a ton. And I like to think that we all had a really healthy exchange of ideas. But you are right, though. That was the hallmark and sonic kind of thumbprint on that brass sound for sure.
Richard, do you remember a pressure to turn it up maybe to at least 8.5, 9, 9.5?
Well, I remember when they got my attention, because I remember having a conversation with David and Mark and some of the other wonderful teachers there on staff. But, they said to me, Richard, you're not just writing triads. You've written us a bunch of 11, 13 chords, all these chords that we have to play perfectly in tune. And he said, if we can't play at a volume where the kids can hear all the tones in there, he goes, we're never going to play it in tune. We're never going to play it right. Wow. And that's where they kind of sold me on it. And, we got to be honest, though. A lot of us were like, oh, my gosh, no one's going to hear us. Like, we'd go to some of our first shows and we'd go up top and we'd be like, what? Come on, Cavaliers. But it always paid off because the sound was so beautiful, at the end of the season. And so those guys knew what they were doing, and we just needed to trust them.
Brett and Eric, tell us a little bit about how the two of you worked with Richard to create the percussion book for this show and expand on that frameworks theme.
Well, Richard's always the catalyst. And I think the beautiful thing about what Richard did was, I was thinking about this today, before the Zoom. And if you've ever listened to the soundtrack to A River Runs Through It, there's like an 8-count motific thread. And it's like orchestrated like 30 different ways throughout the movie. But as a listener and a viewer, it becomes a character. And I think what Richard did was he took this melody, this simple 4-count, 8-count motif, and the audience got to recognize it throughout 11 minutes of show.
Well, I had a great experience writing with Richard because he basically set me up for success. It was really hard to mess it up based on the what he did in his score. He utilized the front ensemble as kind of a woodwind section. And so he would sketch things out, and he gave me freedom and the liberty to do with it what I wanted. I could use it, I could embellish it, I could not use it. He didn't care. But what it did is it contributed to the overall musical picture. And so therefore nothing in the front ensemble was ever something you just had to manufacture so the members had something to do. It always had musical purpose in every facet of the show. So it was always just a great experience, writing with Richard.
We are going to violate the first rule about Fight Club in just a moment, but before we get to that discussion, let's talk about the build into this percussion feature, which, number one, third movement's largely a percussion feature. That's kind of unusual in and of itself. But something else that was unusual, it starts with the brass line actually being part of the percussion book, playing their valves, snapping them up and down, and counting at the same time. Brett Kuhn, you seem like the one we probably ought to start out with here on rhythm.
Honestly, if I remember correctly, that was Drew.
Huh?
Drew said,
Yep, sure was.
You know what? No one's ever counted on the field. It's about rhythm. We've got these valve sounds. Let's go play around. I'm going to go take the horn line. We're going to go mess around with some stuff. Then we'll meet you over in the stadium.
Back when Brandon was even in the horn line, we would unscrew the valves just a little bit. And it kind of, if you're doing like an eighth note exercise, it would sound like tap dancing. When the valve goes down and when the valve goes up, it's like there's like a little bit of a clicking sound. And as a horn line, we would say, hey, you can hear that. Gang, can you hear that the fingers are in time? Yes or no, as you're playing this scale or what have you. And then, so then the idea was, and Scott really empowered this what if kind of approach for my job. Just start asking what if we did this? What if we did that? And what if we took our 64 or 72, however many horns there were back then, and just started clicking them in the stadium, and we're like, wow, that's really loud, kind of to Mike's point. And we kind of had this whole list of things that we wanted to sort of do in this rhythm movement. It wasn't even called Fight Club. It was just this thing we're going to do. We want to make this sound. We want to try that sound. We want to try that sound. And before I forget, I probably need to kick it over to Mike McIntosh, because we had, after the meeting at the hotel, I immediately called Mike, because Mike was like my confidant in these kind of ideas. Scott started empowering us, I think back in 1999, to start fixing things. Like, hey, could you just fix this?
Because I didn't know anything. That's right.
Well, it was like, and then that turned into dop, 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 and then, and then it turned into the rock and roll section in Niagara Falls. It was just sort of like, hey, can you just fix this? So I remember calling Mac. So let me mute it and kick it over to Mike.
Well, I was actually driving home to a Carmel rehearsal because we would have that, Richard, you remember, we'd have those like June 7th, that first kind of marching band meet and greet. And Drew called me with an idea, and Brett wasn't able to get in till, I think, Sunday. So he said, why don't you just sketch something and then Brett can take it from there, so he's got something to work with. We worked out the counts, and I remember the year before at Carmel, we had done this show called The Dance. And we had gotten the big red drums, the Certos from Remo. And we used those drums in the effect. And, my thinking was, I think we need to use these drums. So I remember bouncing off Scott. Hi. And sorry, I have both my daughters home with me today. I remember bouncing it off Scott, and Scott was like, okay, thank you. And let me throw it to Brett. The moral of the story is this. I said, Scott, if you want them to get out of their seats, you got to use the big red drums. And Scott was like, okay, let's try it. And I remember throwing all four of those Certos in my SUV, so, I mean, probably illegal. I had a drum here and a drum here, driving up to Chicago to bring the big red drums. And I think once we got everything kind of dialed in, the first time they just went through the idea, it was like, okay, yeah, like everything else, just very serendipitous. I think this is going to work. And I remember I was standing outside the stadium, and I heard him I heard him play the actual rhythm, jack jagga dak dak chung chung, and then out of nowhere, go gonka gonka gonku, and I was like, that's different. and then I saw Brett kind of bopping and popping out of the stadium.
Yeah, so we have shaving the haircut followed by Green Acres. Brett?
The kids hated it. In the beginning, the kids were flat out, no, are you serious? Yes, I am serious. And they were like, it was like, this is so underneath us, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, guys, this is not about you. It's about the audience. So the goal was the audience was going to clap at the end of Shave and a Haircut 2 Bits and no Green Acres and sing along. And, when you watch them applaud at the end of the year, the kids were funny because they were like, oh my gosh, the audience reaction. Now, I hate to break it to them, but it was really about the color guard. It had nothing to do with them. But it's always the case, right? The Fight Club just had everybody like enamored, but they could clap along with it.
Okay, visual guys, before we get to Fight Club, the build into Fight Club looks like a really simple move. It's just to follow the leader. It's a very fast follow the leader, but I know that if you're going to pull off a move like that and make it have effect, it's got to be hyper clean. And Sly, it was. I mean, it built the tension that exploded when the Fight Club itself started.
And I do want to really honor the guys here, the members. This section, this section starts with horn players ultra exposed, going 4 for 5 while the gawk block starts, and they have to pop that into a box, and it never lets up from that moment until I believe the end of the show.
Andrew, let's talk about Fight Club and the choreography that's going on there.
Yeah, the build into it, as you were talking about, was had so much energy. But I think this was all taught in that school, kind of near DeKalb, a little bit further away.
That would be Sweet Hiawatha.
That's it. Yes. I do recall being there. So with anything, I just try to take the ingredients of what's given. We have the concept of frameworks. We have rhythm, and they're set in a frame. And I just wanted to look at, all right, well, what else could the frame be? How does this translate into choreography? And taking on all guys doing choreography, I try to bring as much as athleticism into it as possible. And I thought, okay, well, this also looks like a boxing ring to me. So what are the frameworks of anatomy or physique? And that's training. And that's where the sort of the idea of the gesture of the sparring came into account. Is that's the framework of training for anything. And I just remember trying a bunch of things, and the energy that I was receiving back from the guys let me know that I was doing the right thing, because they wanted to do it. And there were a couple of different gestures in there. We're going to do this. We're going to nod our head. Like I just basically took everything Cavalier that I could think of and incorporated it into some very simple gestures that had a ton of meaning to it.
I'll just say that part of the brilliance of what Andy did is the fact that what I gave him for the horn players was a frame, and that's not a friendly set for choreography whatsoever. And the fact that he pulled that off, and not only pulled it off, but made it iconic, I think is a real tribute to just his creativity and innovation.
Okay, don't go anywhere, because the full 2002 Framework Show is coming up in just a couple of minutes. Dan Potter with just a few thoughts before we run that full show for you. Number one, wasn't that Run It Back session fun? And that was only I think 17 minutes of an hour, 15 minutes, and we're posting the whole thing. We'll put it up on YouTube and we'll circulate it when it is, but you got to check out the whole Run It Back of the 2002 Framework Show. That group was a whole lot of fun to reunite and talk about having some drum corps legends all together in one virtual room. So we'll have that full Run It Back up for you here soon. We've talked about the auction stuff tonight, and you can find a link to the auction at give.cavaliers.org. That's where you'll also find a link to the Rainbow Room, and you can bid on auction stuff in the Rainbow Room too. So a couple of different ways to get to the auction this evening. There is an item, a category called Gears of Industry. These are seminar sessions, very exclusive, very high end, that the Cavaliers have put together for the right people. And right now they're going quickly. These Gears of Industry sessions, there are two of them, tech and media. Right now, there's only 3 spots left in tech and 4 spots left in media. And these are not strictly auction items. These are set price, buy it now. For instance, there's a director, I forget the name. I should have written this down, Chris, sorry. A Hollywood director who's directed Tom Hanks is one of the ones doing the medias. Barry Snyder, is that right? Yeah. Yeah. I'll get the name and more details in a moment. But better yet, you go get them yourself. All right? Go to give.cavaliers.org and click on the auction items. You can buy that right now if you are interested in it. We'll get you another number in a moment, but everything you need to know about getting into the Rainbow Room, about the auction items, about this Cav-A-Thon, it's right there at give.cavaliers.org. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2002 highest score at that point ever in DCI history, end of a three-peat Framework Show. Watch it.
The next award we'd like to give out tonight is the Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Award. About 3 years ago, the Board of Directors established the Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Award to recognize alumni of the Cavaliers who had not only a long period of dedication to the organization, but also, as is one of our standard mantras, left the organization better than they found it. I'll read the nomination that was submitted. For 25 years, Michael was a part of the Cavaliers Drum and Bugle Corps. After performing for 4 years, he spent the next few years choreographing for the color guard and lending a hand to the drill design when needed. Beginning in 1998, he became the sole drill designer and visual coordinator for the Cavaliers from 1998 to the 2011 seasons. He was on the design team for all 7 of the Cavaliers Drum Corps International World Championship titles. In his time with the Corps, he established the Cavaliers as a standard for the next evolution of visual design for not just DCI, but by extension for the entire marching arts activity. During this period of incredible achievement, and despite his many successes, both inside and outside of the Cavaliers, he has always been an example for generations of Cavaliers to aspire to, and continues to offer his support and love the organization whenever an opportunity arises. He has truly left a positive legacy on the Cavaliers that embodies the principles of the Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Award and is deserving of this honor. Congratulations to Michael Gaines.
Hello, Cavalier Nation. I am incredibly grateful to receive this beautiful award bearing the name of a man I so deeply admire. Adolph DeGrauwe was not only my corps director when I marched, but a man of integrity, honesty, a man to whom thousands of young men in the Cavaliers organization have looked up to for decades. And it is truly humbling to be holding this, given the magnitude of the impact that Adolph has had on our beloved corps. The friendships I made while marching the Cavaliers have lasted a lifetime. The confidence I gained as a young man in the corps allowed me to face my fears and insecurities throughout my career with some semblance of self-esteem. The mentorship I was gifted from icons like Steve Brubaker, Jeff Fiedler, Bruno Zuccala have guided me throughout my adult life. And the trust placed in me as a young designer and the opportunities afforded to me by this wonderful corps are truly astounding. While teaching with the Cavaliers was a privilege, designing for them was my passion, but being a Cavalier is truly the honor. Thank you so much for this award. I will always treasure it.
You can know an organization by the kind of people they produce. This organization, the Cavaliers, think about the people they have produced and what they've gone on to accomplish. People like Michael Gaines, like Mike Boo. Hi, I'm Dan Potter. I wasn't one of those people, but man, watching this content tonight, I sure feel an affinity for the Cavaliers Nation, as Michael put it. And I hope you do too. If you are an alumni, you certainly do. If you're a fan, you do. If you're a casual drum corps observer, I think by the end of the night tonight, you certainly will be. Let's update a couple of things here. We have just passed $20,000. Thank you to everybody who's given. We're scrolling the names at the bottom of the screen. That's fantastic. It's momentum and it's building. $20,000. We have a new challenge grant just put on the table by the Cavaliers Board of Directors. $15,000. Every dollar up to 15 grand we match in the next hour, we raise in the next hour, they will match. So we just passed $20,000. We hit 35. That instantly becomes $50,000. So it's very important that you give now if you haven't given. Let's do that right now. Let's just go to give.cavaliers.org and you can give right there. Of course, you can join us in the Rainbow Room for $73. $100 will get you in the Rainbow Room and a couple of T-shirts. 4 T-shirts, a donor plaque, and Rainbow Room access for people who donate at the $500 level. The name of the director that is taking part in the Gears of Industry Media Seminar is Aaron Schneider. My apologies to Aaron for mangling his name earlier. Aaron Schneider, he directed Tom Hanks in Greyhound. There you go. So last time I checked, there were 4 spots available in the Buy It Now for Gears of Industry 3 in tech. So check out the auction stuff at give.cavaliers.org. In just a moment, drum corps legend Michael Cesario is going to talk us through the evolution of the Cavaliers uniform / costume. We'll do that with Michael Cesario in just a moment. But first, back to the PASIC presentation that the Cavaliers drumline put together. And this time it's a look back at 1982.
Hello, everyone. Brett Kuhn here. Hello, everyone. Brett Kuhn here to talk to you about innovations and highlights from the 1980s. 1981 brought us Gus Barbaro, better known as Cosmo, introducing a new tenor configuration, 10, 10, 12, 13, 14. So everything led down the drums. Outside 4 drums were extended collar. The main 10 on top was a regular collar. In 1982, Dan Spalding was back, introducing 2 sets of timpani up front, as well as a high quad and a low trio tenor section in the field battery. 1984, Jim Campbell arrives as percussion arranger. We start to move into a more concert band, classically oriented genre of music, and really start to think about the Cavaliers as a school for percussion. In 86, we add Kevin Lepper to the mix with the front ensemble, and then really see a nice growth in terms of colors that are added, the rack mount systems that we see today where multiple instruments are on the keyboards, as well as concert bass, gong, concert toms. You know, we're starting to really expand that front ensemble as we know it today. 86, 7, 8 brought us Brad Halls and Leif Marweed, 2 great outside influences that really helped us redefine some of our technical aspects, as well as in 88, the introduction of the flam head. With that introduction came kind of a reinvention of tuning scheme for the Cavaliers and approach. The amount of rebound and shock that you were getting off of a flam head was just so different than the Mylar. It was definitely a learning curve throughout the activity, but especially in terms of the flow and the way we would approach the instrument. That last 6 years, from 84 to 89, 90, the edge there, really was a very successful run of growth, producing a fuller and more complete percussion sections, and really helped propel us into the 1990s.
The 1982 solo was fashioned in somewhat the same manner, but I had 7 timpani on the sideline to set up the ostinato, and that was inspired by Spyro Gyra, a rock group from the time. The solo in 1974 was completely original. But in 82, I kind of took a theme from Spyro Gyro, and it's the same kind of thing. Set up the ostinato, have a melody, fairly simple, go through some good rudimental passages, and have a climax. So I hope you enjoy it. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here at PASIC this year.
Performing Spyro Gyro by Dan Spalding from 1982, please welcome the Cavaliers.
Cavalier Nation, it's Michael Cesario here to remind you of all the great uniforms and costumes we put together over the years. I've had a great time designing for the Corps, and it's special for me because it was the first Corps that I ever rooted for back in Kenosha, Wisconsin. One of the great things about designing for the Corps was I'm a professional costume designer doing theater, and I had done film and television and opera. And Brubaker came to me and said, we need a refresh. We need a new look that says Cavaliers, but it's absolutely, positively going to capture the brand. And at the time they were wearing these Naga hide vests. And I want to tell you, a lot of Nagas gave up their lives for those vests. So I brought him some drawings and we came up with what became an iconic look. In fact, so iconic that anytime I wanted to change the littlest bit, it turned into a staggering fight at every level. Anytime there's anything new at the Cavaliers, there's always a discussion. And we really had to do a lot of work to convince Don Lauren that this new suit was the thing. And just because the genius of Brubaker wanted it, didn't mean it was going to happen. And we had Adolph and myself and Brubaker go to Don's house. We had Rick Slapinski and John Van Dorp, and one wore the existing suit and one wore the new suit. And Don said, well, yes, the new suit looks a lot taller, but that's just because you put the taller kid in it. And then we had them switch and come back out, and he realized that, in fact, the suit made the kid look taller. But I'm pleased that we were able to create what I consider to be the iconic look, the white collar and the big white wings and the white gauntlets, so that everything pointed up. What we call triangulation was all here. It was between the arcuate of the horn arc and the top. So everything went up and the pants were not so important. Our first object was to make them look tall and thin, which we did by having these super short jackets. They're only 2 fingers under the lower rib. And fitting the black pants. So like a matador, the jacket is a little bit bigger than the pants, so the waist looks even smaller. And the longer the leg looks, the taller the guy looks. So we really tried to sell that. We had fabulous seamstresses. Dorothy was in charge of the whole shebang, and she made sure that they were impeccably turned out. And the big collar and the big wings, which we eventually shrunk down, but really made a huge statement. And we started with the guard in the same thing, and then by 85, the guard was in blacks, similar but making a different statement so they could stand out of it. And then we started moving from there. And several people were involved in changing the color guard look over the years. Eventually, I came back and started doing the guard again myself. But the Corps I've done always since 1984. So over time, we cheated the shape of the jacket and did all kinds of things to it. And then the guard started looking completely different. The idea was that they could wear something that was indicative of the theme without hurting the image of the Cavalier, which is always going to be very muscular, very masculine, tall, and super competent. You know, that was the idea. They had to come out in something that was equally strong, but could reflect the theme a little bit. We did have, here's one you'll remember. I don't know if you can see that. The one that I just showed you was 94. The guard wore something similar in 95, except that it was this rust color. And it really stood out against the green. That green, by the way, is a special green. If you go to the mill in South Carolina, it is called, absolutely called, if you go there, it's labeled Cavalier green. And the only other special dye lot like that is Blue Devil blue. Both of those are, you can't do it without asking the Cavaliers if you can use their green. And we did that really just so that every band director had to talk to the Cavalier director and we could recruit guys. We didn't really care if they wore that color green or not. But it was designed specifically to stand out against AstroTurf and to look good on television. And we took different swatches until we found one that did both those things. So one of our refreshes for the core was to give a little bit more white, brighten it up, collar smaller. And Mike Gaines was doing the drill in those days, and he asked, could we have more contrast on the back of the suit? And I said, sure, we'll do a trick that I do, which is the back is black, so that when they turn around and go away, it's a darker moment. And when they turn back around, you get the green, you get the baldric, you get the silver mirror, you get the whole shebang. And so I already thought that was a pretty good idea, till we saw the sample. And you would have thought that I had stepped on somebody's grave. It's the green machine, not the black machine. It's just the back of the suit. It was just because Mike wanted to change, but we eventually did it. You know, as I said, I didn't have a degree in dentistry till then, but after pulling those teeth, I deserved something. Now we get to 2016. This is when we start a new era. The idea was, how do we take the icon and make it speak to today's audiences and the other drum corps? We're not going to take a back seat. And so the idea was, how do we respond without losing our branding, without losing our identity? And what we did was we came up with what we call a Gemini, which is it's part structured uniform and part stretch. And the idea was that it was modular. Things could slip in and out of it. The pants might be the same for 3 years. And we invented this vest, which you will remember because we still wear it today, that had a big honking zipper down the front. And it could appear with a green satin blouse that was cut down with a white collar. So it could appear with a baldric, and that's still the kind of look we have for our dress greens right now. But it could be worn strictly as a vest or with other things underneath it, sweatshirts or whatever. You see the prints coming there, but here's our dress green look. I've had a good time with that, and that starts with Daniel being willing to take all kinds of risks. I have to give credit to Chris Hardowitz for backing the team 100%. And I know it's hard whenever there's a change, but I think we're now on the idea that we respond and we adapt without losing anything that would say Cavaliers. Now we're full in. There's green in the outfit, and the trick was to be able to say, I have to design a suit where when they're at the gate and you look at them, you have to know exactly who it is. You also have to create a suit that nobody else could wear. Nobody in DCI could wear it. Only the Cavaliers could wear it. So what I did was I adapted the shape of the Cavalier suit, that long waist and the short jacket. So the silhouette is exactly the same. Small prints, you notice the stripes, all the vertical stripes on the pants, and the super high waist where you see the whole buckle and the belt. So it's very masculine look, but it is of the time. They should never look uncomfortable. They should never look like there's anything but they're the total masters. And that was the whole thing about the Cavaliers. When they come out on the field, it's got to be sit back, relax, we're in charge. and I keep trying to give us something that speaks of our time, but also has all those elements that are the Cavaliers. I got my checkbook out, and I hope you do too. This is one unprecedented, crazy year. But we got to keep the core going. As an honorary Cavalier, which, believe me, I treasure, it's time we make sure that young men from across the United States can take part in one of the greatest corps, the greatest corps to ever hit the field. To do that, we need you to donate. And I'm gonna, and I hope you will too. We're closing in on our goal. So dial us up. It's give.cavaliers.org. That's give.cavaliers.org. Cavaliers is spelled C-A-V-A-L-I-E-R-S. That's give.cavaliers.org. See how generous you can be. It's tight all the way around, I know. But whatever you can do to keep this experience safe for the young man. Thanks.
こんにちは。今回キャバリアーズのジークから動画を撮ってくれと言われて、ひとまず動画を撮ることになりました。ケントです。お願いします。ジークからの質問で、なぜ私がキャバリアーズを選んだかというふうに聞かれたんですけれども、私がキャバリアーズ行きたいと思ったのは2012年でしたね。2012年に2010年のマッドワールドの動画を見て、その時初めて見た DCI の動画がそれだったんですよね。で、DCI の動画初めて見て、なんでこいつらは小中にプッシュアップをしているんだと思い始めて、いや、それ面白いなと思って興味を持ったんですよ。で、漠然と目指し始めたんですけれども、まあ素人スタート、大学生活に入ってからも素人でスタートして、本当に練習してっていう形だったんですけれども、2015年度のツアーのオーディションに行った時に、落ちたんですね。で、ひとまず DCI は行きたいということで、会の方である、オレゴンクルセイダーズに入団しました。その結果、ファイナル生で見ることができたんですけれども、ファイナルを生で見て、やはりキャバリアーズ素晴らしい校だなと思いまして、ぜひ行ってみたいなと思って、私はそのままキャバリアーズを希望したまま2016年のオーディションに受けて無事合格いただきました。キャバリアーズにいて衝撃的だったことって、もちろん合格した時とか、毎回ショーをやってその度にオーディエンスが感動してくれるっていうのはすごい衝撃的だったんだけれども、何より今もうキャバリアーズ辞めてから6年経ってるけれども、未だに衝撃的なのはファイナルの瞬間ですよね。最後ファイナルプッシュをしている時に、曲が終わる前からお客さんがどんどんスタンディングオベーションしていって、何万人って人の歓声を受けながらショーを終えた時の衝撃っていうのは一生忘れない成功体験だったと思います。じゃあキャバリアーズが私にとって何かっていう質問だったんですけども、その成功体験ですよね。4年間ないし3年間努力したことっていうのは必ず報われるっていうのは社会に出てからも未だに役に立っていて、大学生の頃は感覚的には分かっていたことなんだけれども、自分の人格形成に特に大きく影響したと思ってますし、何よりその成功体験があるっていうだけで、自分に自信が持てるっていうのは一番あると思います。なので、今仕事をやっていても絶対に努力は無駄にならないなって、絶対何かしら形となって帰ってくるなっていう自信にもなってるんですよね。だから私にとってのキャバリアーズっていうのは人生の成功体験の一つでもあり、夢を叶えた一つの場所なんですよね。だからこそ私の人生も本当にキャバリアーズなくには語れないし、よく聞かれるんですよね。DCI に行って、約2年間大学卒業を遅れさせて後悔しなかったのかって言われたんだけれども、一度も後悔なかったですね。後悔がよぎったこともなかったかな。言われて初めて後悔してないな。2年間人より遅れて、履歴書的にも新卒の枠から少し外れたりもするので、いろいろ不利にはなるんですけれども、それ以上に得られるものがあったと思ったので、私はこの体験素晴らしいものだと思ってます。簡単なんですけれども以上になります。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Kento. Great to hear your story. And again, the impact Cavaliers have on the lives of young men, you just don't know where on the globe it stops. It goes all the way around this globe and back again. A couple of notes, and we're going to make this a very quick break because we have the Wind Ensemble Chromium coming up. This is the indoor winds that competes the WGI winds that the Cavaliers is the parent organization of. And we have their 2019 performance coming up in just a moment, and meet their director and one of their members as well. If you have donated this evening on Facebook, and you're wondering why you haven't seen your name scrolling at the bottom, it's because when you donate on Facebook, we don't see your name for 24 hours until we get the report on the donation. So it's impossible for us to put your name. Sorry, but we appreciate your donation. Thank you very much for it. I was joking with Jeff that maybe I should just say, look, go to give.cavaliers.org and give again tonight. You'll see your name. Certainly, if you want to do that, you can, but we thank you for your donation. If you go to give.cavaliers.org right now, there's other stuff to do tonight. Go be in attendance at the Rainbow Room. Spend $73, get in there. There's a lot of people, dozens upon dozens of people in there right now, going back and forth from the Cavalier Museum to the Rose Suite to the Cobra Lounge to the Core Hall, which, by the way, looks like Logan Square. You got to check it out. And they're interacting with each other. You make your own avatar. And there's lots of things to see and do there, and you can keep track of this Cav-A-Thon at the same time as we get things back on track for 2021. Let's find out all about Chromium. Among the many offerings of the Cavaliers Arts, Performance, and Education Organization is the WGI indoor group Chromium Winds. I'm joined now by the director of Chromium Winds, Andrew Zweibel, and Megan Dunzer, one of the marching members in the 2019 Chromium Winds. Hello to both of you. Andrew, tell us just very quickly the history of Chromium Winds, when it started, and what role it plays in the Cavaliers organization.
Great to be with you, Dan. Thanks for having us. So Chromium began in the summer of 2016. And our first season was the winter season, 2016 into 2017. That was right. I joined the organization and the ensemble right at the beginning of that season, which was also Megan's first season in the ensemble. She's been with us ever since the beginning. It was the first Cavaliers organization ensemble to be co-ed. And we competed starting right away in the WGI Winds Independent Open class. We're incredibly fortunate to have won Independent Open gold medals in all, I suppose, 3 years that we've been able to compete at World Championships. We were going for our fourth in a row this past spring when our season was unfortunately cut short.
Megan Dunzer, why did you join Chromium Winds? Why were you there in that very first year?
You know, it's kind of a funny story. I didn't even really know what WGI was, let alone WGI Winds. It's just such a new activity. But our music caption head, Jeremy Stevens, was actually teaching for the high school I was marching at. And he kind of said, there's this brand new thing. The Cavaliers are offering it. It's co-ed. Come out and join. And I remember being so nervous on the drive up to West Leiden, a little bit south of Chicago for that very first audition. But getting there and seeing this new activity and this new ensemble and just the cohesion that all the staff and these brand new members had, I really knew that we were getting into something good.
Andrew, there was no WGI season in 2020. It sounds like 2021 is going to be a mostly virtual, very creative season, no doubt, but limited to no competition possibilities. So how's Chromium Winds handling that?
Yeah, so we were really disappointed when our season was cut short back in the spring, and WGI has done a great job over the course of this summer and fall putting together a really robust set of options for us and for groups all across the country and the world. We're choosing to go a remote route. WGI also is offering a solo and ensemble opportunity for performers, kind of like the Performer Showcase or I&E was. So we're offering that as an opportunity to our performers with our instructors, our staff members providing coaching to our students over Zoom to help them. And then we're also going to be working on a creative video project to submit through WGI's e-showcase is what they're calling it. This is a exhibition, non-competitive video submission where groups can put together the Brady Bunch tiled videos or a really creatively filmed and shot music video or any type of creative endeavor. No limits, no holds barred. And so we've got our regular designers back. We were able to keep them on board and keep them working, which was really important to us during this season, and our staff as well. And we've got a great group of members that we're going to be starting up with here in the next month or so.
Let's end by talking about the mothership for a little bit because we're here to raise money for the overall Cavaliers organization. Megan is kind of a groundbreaker, one of the first females to be a full-time marching member of this organization. What does the Cavaliers mean to you? And, you know, can you kind of put it in a here's why you should give money format?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, from the first season I marched with Chromium Winds, I was able to see sort of firsthand the very rich culture and rich history that is behind the Cavaliers organization. I mean, the alumni, the fan base, you know, the community, the Chicagoland community, Rosemont, just so many people that are willing to come out and come support everybody. It's really like an organization I've never, you know, been involved in before. So everybody that comes in contact with the Cavaliers, they are a part of that culture. They are a part of that history. And, you know, that's what makes the organization so rich and so amazing is these people.
It's really we're really lucky to be in a place like this and to have such support from all areas.
Megan Dunzer and Andrew Zweibel, thank you both very much. I know that by just listening to what you two have said, if people have not seen Chromium Winds before, they're going, God, I want to see this. Okay, let's do that. This is Chromium Winds 2019, Left to Right.
Presenting the program Left to Right. WGI's Board of the Arts is proud to present Chromium Winds.
Thank you.
James Campbell. Currently, I am Professor of Music and Director of Percussion Studies at the University of Kentucky in Lexington. I was involved with the Cavaliers from 1983 through 1996 in multiple roles, including program coordinator, percussion arranger and caption head, as well as consultant during the later part of my tenure. My fellow designers, Tim Salzman and Steve Brubaker, asked me to get involved after the 1983 season. Our design team introduced contemporary wind band and orchestral literature to the Cavaliers' repertoire. The percussion design team also incorporated concert percussion influences and world music elements into the marching percussion design. My personal highlights include winning the 1992 DCI World Championships and in 1995, as well as the High Percussion Awards in 1991, 92, and 95. I especially cherish working with all the talented Corps members whom I crossed paths with. Many who are today's most successful school music teachers, university professors, noted performers, and music industry professionals. I hope you enjoy the clinic. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Mason, and I'm the Associate Dean of the School of Creative Arts and Professor of Percussion at Morehead State University in Morehead, Kentucky. I was a member of the Corps in 1987 and 88, and a member of the staff 1989 through 96, primarily working with the front ensemble. 1993, I did a little bit of writing and took over as percussion designer and caption head in 94 through 96. 95 was a special year with regard to it being our second championship and our third drum title, but it was also the 10-year anniversary of the 85 Planets show. We did some really cool things with regard to tone color and sound that year. We had a 14-inch drum in the snare line for the opener with a detuned Kevlar head. We used 13s the rest of the show, but we had a lighter stick in the percussion feature in Mercury. It was a 2B sized Guiro stick that Alamert designed for us from Silver Fox. We had a special tenor mallet that we also used on the bass drums in the closer, but that tenor mallet was a small disc, looked like a timpani mallet. It had timpani felt around it, and we played some French grip stuff in the opener. But we had a few ionization quotes in the front ensemble that year, but we continued our multi-pit tradition that we had started developing in 1990, and it's great to see that that still lives to this day in the activity. But yeah, it was a phenomenal year full of great stories. Don Warren gave me a hard time for having to redesign the truck a little bit to house the extra set of snare drums since we had just gotten a new truck in 94. And but there were lots of great stories from that year, and I'm honored to have been a part of the legacy and the tradition of the incredible organization of the Cavaliers. I can't thank Mike McIntosh enough for inviting me to do this, and I really hope you enjoy the clinic.
Performing Venus by Brian Mason from 1995. Please welcome the Cavaliers.
First, I'd like to say a big thank you to all the Cavalier drumline
alumni from the 70s that provided a lot of this research and information. The 70s overall had a lot of ups and downs for the Cavaliers as an organization and as a percussion section. We're going to focus on some of the highlights. 1970 specifically, Larry McCormick led the charge with innovation in the arranging and the instrumentation, which was the largest percussion section the Cavaliers had put on the field to date. The season started with as many as 8 snares and also included for the first time timpani, 4 different individuals fielding timpani. 1972 was the birth of DCI. That was an 8-man snare line. And then through the 70s, the 74 to 76, under the direction of Dan Spalding, we saw the explosion of colors and textures with mallet percussion being allowed, chimes, world percussion, bongos, maracas, you name it. If it could be leveraged, the Cavaliers did so in the arrangements. 1978, for a very brief 1-year season, the snare line went matched grip. And then in 1979, the Cavaliers fielded 10 snares and adopted a lower, more precise height system with the approach to the drums and the drumming, which was rewarded, and also experienced the first major influx of out-of-state talent, not from the Chicago area, that we still enjoy to this day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Spalding. I'm coming to you from my home office in Trenton, New Jersey. Beautiful Trenton, New Jersey. I've lived here for many, many years. I'm currently the music director and conductor of the Philadelphia Virtuosi Chamber Orchestra. I've done that for 29 years. And for the past 8 years, I've also been the music director of the New Jersey Capitol Philharmonic. I joined corps when I was 13 in 1965 as a tenor drummer with the Scarlet Lancers in Wichita, Kansas. And I spent 30 years very active in drum corps as an instructor, a judge, consultant. And it was a great experience. I was really honored to have the opportunity when I was very young to instruct and write for the Cavaliers in 1974 through 1976. So you need to remember about this solo in 1974 that made such a big impression. It was the first year that a marching xylophone and marching bells were allowed on the field. The marching timpani had been there for a few years, but this gave me the opportunity to do something completely different from any other drum line. What I did was just set, you will hear it, I just set up an ostinato, a pretty complicated ostinato for 4 players in the timpani, and then just overlaid a melody, had some improvisations, and went through all the sections so they could feature themselves. It was very brief, but it made a huge impression on the judges, and we always got great GE marks during 1974 and 75. For some reason, the judges just loved this solo. It's funny though, when we first learned it in 1974, the drummers didn't like it. But my trusty assistant, Jim Russell, he convinced them that it was a great solo, and they were convinced eventually. They wanted a razzmatazz, old-fashioned drum solo, but it worked out, and we were very successful.
Performing Green Soul by Dan Spalding from 1975. Please welcome the Cavaliers.
Little green soul for you. How cool was that? Dan Potter back with you at the Cav-A-Thon. It's time to get back on track for 2021. We're taking your donations for the Cavaliers right now. We still have that $15,000 challenge on the table from the board of directors. They'll match everything we make this hour up to $15,000. So we really need to get cracking on that. That basically means we can turn 15 grand into 30 grand if you donate right now. And you can do that by going to give.cavaliers.org. We're going to get an update on the Cavaliers color guard from Travis Spiess in just a moment. We have more from PASIC coming up and the entire 1985 Cavaliers show coming up as well. But right now, you need to donate at give.cavaliers.org. Also this evening, we have the Rainbow Room going on. You can go to the Rainbow Room. Go to give.cavaliers.org, click on the link. And for $73, you get into the Rainbow Room. I'll have to have Jeff or Chris give me an update on how many people we have in there right now, but it was dozens earlier. I think we were closing in on 75 people in there. There's a bartender giving drink demos in there. There is a core hall room that looks like Logan Square, has poker tables. We're not gambling real money, but we're having a lot of fun. The Cobra Lounge has live music going on with Zorilla, the Savants of Soul, and our special needs drumline, the Kingpins. The Rose Suite is where you can just hang out and visit with other folks, participate in the auction. By the way, I need to mention that the auction items, this auction will continue on until 5 p.m. on Tuesday. That's Tuesday, December 8th, this coming Tuesday. That's when we'll end the auction and the link there, and the bids will be final. So you can continue to bid on auction stuff after this evening. For a $73 donation tonight, you can get into the Rainbow Room. A $100 donation gets you 2 T-shirts, 2 different color T-shirts, access to the room as well. And for $500, you get 2 designs on 2 different colors, so a total of 4 T-shirts, plus a donor plaque and access to the Rainbow Room. And the Rainbow Room's not shutting down when the Cav-A-Thon shuts down. They are having an after party there too. So my suggestion is get in that Rainbow Room right now. You can continue to watch the Cav-A-Thon, see all the great content we have for you, visit with everybody, party, just enjoy yourself in the Rainbow Room for that $73 donation. All right, let's get caught up on the Cavaliers color guard and our little chat with Travis Spiess. Throughout the evening, we're checking in with different captions of the Cavaliers to find out how they've been spending their time in 2020, what they anticipate in 2021. Travis Spiess is the caption head of the Cavaliers color guard. Hi, Travis. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Okay. We were chatting a little bit before we started this. I know that you have had the guys together virtually a couple of times for different things. Some of them sounded like a lot of fun. How have you managed to keep them engaged in 2020?
Yeah, so I think everyone struggled with keeping guys engaged or keeping their members on task and getting excited about being together, making music, making art. And so with the 2020 cast, we scheduled some time to be together virtually. We had some dance classes, just kind of get our bodies moving in whatever space we found. We would play some Zoom games and things like that to just get to know one another, because the reality was, I mean, after we had our auditions last year, we just didn't have the opportunity to meet again. You know, we didn't really have those camp times to spend with one another. So trying to bridge the gaps between some of our new cast members and our veteran members was really what it was all about.
What about retention? Are most of the guys going to be sticking around in 2021? Do you know that yet?
Yeah, you know, I think there's definitely a strong will to be back on the field. And so I think, you know, everyone's excited to be back on the field. They want to be here. And we're all just kind of still navigating. What is that going to look like? You know, what other curveballs has life thrown at us, and how do we tackle some of those? But I think a lot of our vets are really excited to get back. You know, they're even eager to do some of the conditioning and the technique blocks that they used to dread. They are just like itching to get back in a block and, you know, throw some cold sixes with us or something.
Yeah, I imagine. Talked to Mike McIntosh, and he was saying, you know, just missing 8 on a hand. It's just that sound of drum corps warming up in the parking lot. Miss it so much. You came to the Cavaliers after having marched Patriots and Boston Crusaders. What do you think of the Cavaliers family?
I never marched the Cavaliers, but Cavaliers has been my home now since 2010. So I've been around this organization for a long time, and I've been part of something that's grown to mean a great deal to me. The bonds that I've had with other staff members, seeing students that I have taught, become my colleagues on my staff now. It is just really something remarkable that I get to now teach alongside the people that I taught and now call my friends, and that I trust. It has been remarkable to kind of see different areas. As I've helped out. I was hired as a saber tech on the color guard staff, and now I've been the caption lead. I did a fair bit of staff coordinating the last couple of summers, working with the administration, working with Monty on some other initiatives and things. So it's been great for me, even as a staff member, being able to give back to the organization in lots of different ways too.
Will you help me get some green for the green machine? Just make a blatant plea. If you were to walk up to somebody in the street or meet them in an elevator and give them that quick pitch of why they should donate to the Cavaliers and keep this organization strong.
Yeah, the Cavaliers has had such a strong legacy of making really fantastic art. And if nothing else, Cavaliers is always exciting, and I think if you love art and you love music and you love drum corps, then you should find ways to support that corps, and your monetary donations would be excellent. And I think, the education that we provide our members is really just outstanding. They come out with so much at the end of a season, and they take that with them for the rest of their lives. I think it's really, really phenomenal to be part of that team that gets to do that.
Travis Spees, you just threw an 8 and nailed it, caught it. Awesome. Thank you, sir. It was good to catch up with you.
Thanks, Dan.
Travis Spees, color guard caption lead for the Cavaliers.
As we arrive in 2010, we see the integration of another new percussive voice, electronics. Beginning with the Cavaliers program Mad World, the front ensemble adds a synth performer, and electronics begin to provide both amplification and also a new musical layer, allowing Mike McIntosh and team to compose with an infinite color palette. That electronic integration, combined with a unique and cohesive percussion package, allowed the ensemble to bring home the Corps' 6th High Percussion Award in 2011. In 2012, the Corps pushed further, integrating composed electronic music with multiple full ensemble moments driven almost entirely by electronics. And 2013 marked my third and final year with the group. Now, I remember as a young performer being inspired by the incredible programs and incredible percussion sections of the 2000s, like Frameworks and Samurai, and I will never forget the first time I saw the Cavaliers. The green, the hat, they were tall, they were strong, they were talented, and they were untouchable. In 2013, they told us we were changing the look for our show Secret Society, covering up the greens with cloaks and hoods, and only wearing the hats for a portion of the program. We had questions. Why were we changing the look that we all fell in love with? But little did we know that we were on the cusp of the next evolution of the decade. From 2013 on, the Cavaliers would add full ensemble costuming to the design and begin to explore a whole new type of show, integrating elements of movement and intimate connection to audiences inspired by WGI, along with advanced set designs and storytelling tools from the theater world. The design team would continue to push the ensemble's limits while honoring elements of the Corps' history, like bringing keyboard instruments back onto the field, moving marimbas in 2014, and a marching xylophone section in 2018. They would also recreate and reinvent the Mars theme from the Planets by combining with Frank Sinatra in 2017. And we'd come full circle, presenting the strength, the power, and the camaraderie that have shaped the Cavaliers since the beginning in our 2019 production, The Wrong Side of the Tracks.
Composing for pageantry, for me, is always still music forward. The construct of form, melody, rhythmic counterpoint, groove, expression, ostinato, idiomatic interpretation, virtuosity, all being watermarks on the percussion contribution. The concept of inherent demand does come into play as well, which makes the process obviously a ton of fun. You've got 8 months to distill the product, and you're dealing with mostly college-age talent. which is empowering. Finding that balance as we share the stage with the brass and color guard is part of each year's puzzle. Within that mindfulness, though, we are still trying to push boundaries and create that wow factor. This mindset, as you've heard today, has been a part of the Cavaliers' percussion for much, much longer than I've been a part of it. The music from the future you are about to hear was written with all of this in mind.
Collaborating with Mike McIntosh and the design team at the Cavaliers is truly inspiring, exciting, honestly surreal. It's such a blast. Mike pushes me musically, as does the incredible membership that we enjoy at the Cavaliers. Coupled with the insane level of education shared by our teaching staff, I truly get to enjoy and utilize all the crayons in the box with no limits. The musicality, the creativity, the physical power that our members bring to the production, and then just the collaboration with Mike is just, it's a blast. It's a lot of fun. The excerpt we inherited from the brass has a lot of major chord qualities. We expanded that with related modes and additional chord tones to try to give a little bit of a unique twist to those major tonalities. A lot of interplay with the battery vocabulary from Mike, and kind of unique to this production, utilizing timpani as a melodic voice. We hope you enjoy it.
Performing music from the future by Michael McIntosh and Cliff Walker from 2021. Please welcome the Cavaliers.
Today, we're in the streets of South Central LA playing in the Celebration of Sound event. Bringing this music to the community of LA is very important to everyone involved.
When I think of the event, this is the craziest thing that has ever happened here. It was phenomenal. You know, I had to like suppress my tears, but it was just the most amazing thing ever. My students, we give them free classes, and then I make them play at convalescent homes, and then we feed the homeless once a month also. You know, trying to teach them to give back and take control of their own community.
I've never seen a DCI show live, which is amazing because for years and years I've followed it. And I've been a fan even online. I watch the videos, but I've never seen it live. I mean, the musicianship is just, it's unparalleled. I can't believe how well the percussion plays with rubato together, you know, 8, 10, 12 people. It's unreal.
Cavaliers taught me how to work with people, engage in other cultures. Me and my friend, we would march up and down the street doing drills after we saw the Cavaliers. We were so inspired by the Corps. The arts, it levels the playing field for everyone. If you work hard, you practice, you can succeed. It doesn't matter what your color is, your economic background. It's a leveling opportunity.
What you see tonight with the Cavaliers is you see there's this pure passion. It's unfiltered. You know, nobody's worried about a career, nobody's worried about homework to be done or a degree to be had. You can just see everybody's here only to make music. And that passion, that's the thing that will carry them all the way through.
Whatever you do in life, learning the discipline and you learn how to analyze problems and work with other people, it transcends just music. You can do anything with the skills that you learn before.
Time is running out. We need you to make a donation to make sure that the Cavaliers stay back on track for 2021. Hey, it's Dan Potter. If you've not donated, now is the time to do it. We have a $15,000 challenge matching set of money, $15,000 on the table. They're going to match dollar for dollar up to 15 grand. We've got about $3,000 in. So that doubles, that makes it 6,000, but we really need to get cranking on this. We're just under $25,000 total for the evening. I had hoped at this point in the evening we would be doing a lot better. If you're an alumni and you have a close circle of friends that you marched with that you're still in contact with, I know you're in contact with a lot of the people you marched with, let them know right now that if they're not watching this, if they have not donated yet, this is the time they need to give. And they do that by going to give.cavaliers.org. Again, $15,000 is at stake. Coming up in just a moment, we're going back to another one of the PASIC segments. I did not know this. First of all, I 40 years around drum corps, I did not know that the bass drum beat that the Cavaliers left the field to is called Iowa. Not until we started putting together this Cav-A-Thon. Had no idea. So it's Iowa. You know why they call that bass drum beat Iowa? Because it's Iowa, 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 Iowa. It's that rhythm. I'll let Dave Leatherman, former Geneseo Knight, by the way, before he marched with the Cavaliers, I'll let Dave Leatherman tell you the story of Iowa in just a moment. We have Glenn Kotche of Wilco, one of the more famous Cavalier alumni, is going to be in this next segment. And our final award of the evening, it's our last Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Award, and it's going to go to Bruce Tietgen. And Bruce, of course, has left us. He passed. And accepting, we have a very special celebrity acceptor for Bruce Tietgen's Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Award coming up in just a moment. You'll be quite pleased when you see who it is. And then we're going to go back after that for a final PASIC segment. And after that, how did they make those PASIC videos? All those little tile Brady Bunch videos and make them so exciting and so precise. We have a little making of segment we're going to show you too. But first up, it's Iowa. Here, Dave Leatherman will explain. Enjoy this.
Hello, my name is Dave Leatherman from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and I'm a proud alumni of the Cavaliers Drum and Bugle Corps. I marched in the bass drum line from 95 to 1997. I started drum corps at the age of 13 and was hooked on bass drum. Marching in a small Division II and III Corps from the Midwest, one of my greatest memories was always knowing that one of the big corps would be at the show we performed at. In many cases, that meant the Cavaliers would be there. I remember being told, you can't play off the field before my time with the Cavaliers. You get a penalty, and no corps could afford that. But there they were, the Cavalier bass drum line. They were playing the corps off the field and people loved it. It was tradition. For those men in green, there was no penalty. I had to become part of that somehow, some way. As it turns out, that bass drum cadence the Cavaliers play is called Iowa, and it began after a show in the state of Iowa. One person starts playing and the groove has added layers based on a specific counting structure. Though the pattern is very simple, accented triplets, when segmented at different counts, it builds a really cool polyrhythmic groove. For example, I was on bass 3. I was to come in on count 20, which actually was a right foot lead. I'll be honest, I counted to 20 every time on bass 3. If I messed that up, it'd throw the entire cadence off, and we couldn't have that. I remember several shows in 97 when I was bass drum section leader actually yelling, "Come on, you're phasing," at the crowd. You could always hear the crowd start in time with Iowa, but eventually it morphed into this really funny phasing where you couldn't tell where count 1 was from the crowd clapping. Look, kids split more notes in their warm-ups than I did during an entire show when I marched. Who knows if I'd make it in the Cavaliers if I were auditioning today. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that. I did it. I accomplished my goal and played that sweet cadence called Iowa off the field every night to fans who loved it. And I'm grateful. A true Iowa kid actually playing Iowa in the Cavaliers bass drum line. What are the odds? No matter how much the activity evolves and shows change from year to year, the notes from Iowa will remain the same, forever etched in Cavalier Corps and bass drum history. Thanks for watching. Take care.
Performing their famous cadence, Iowa. Please welcome the 2021 baseline from the Cavaliers.
Hi, I'm Glenn Kochi. I marched with the Cavaliers in 1989 in the summer between high school and college. That summer in the snare line proved to be invaluable to me. Starting with the camps over the winter, I never would have had the discipline to practice that hard at that age if it weren't for the goal of making that snare line. My chops and technique improved drastically during that period. And then when I began to actually perform with the corps, the mix of mental and physical skills that were instilled in me were so formative that I still draw upon them all the time in my professional life. With the Cavaliers, I learned to self-analyze and gained an awareness of my playing that I never would have otherwise. Maybe the most valuable training I received, though, was learning the hypersensitive listening skills as well as how to make split-second adjustments in my playing. When I'm performing with Wilco in a variety of settings, I'm part of an ensemble. And sometimes I need to seamlessly adjust the feel or groove of a song without interrupting or interfering with the performance or the song. Those are skills I learned while in the Cavaliers. Of course, dealing with the pressure of live performance and 127 other people relying on me also made its mark. I'm pretty comfortable now in front of large audiences or cameras, and that's because of my time in the Cavies as well. These crucial skills were all jam-packed into an intensive learning environment that was a summer with the Cavaliers. I do think that my experience was especially unique because of the instructors and staff at that time. These were master teachers that I was exposed to, people like Jim Campbell, Brett Kuhn, Kevin Lepper, Leif Marley, Dave Dombeck. The list goes on, not to mention all the other veterans that I marched with. I learned so much from all of them. And even though I didn't like being pushed so hard at the time, I'm extremely grateful that I was. I want to thank Michael McIntosh for continuing that tradition and legacy. Enjoy the rest of the clinic.
It's ironic that tonight's last recipient of the Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Award is someone who was responsible for many of the leadership qualities that Adolph learned during his time in the Corps. I'd like to read from the nomination form that was submitted. Bruce Teakin was a snare drummer during the Corps' formative years in the mid-1950s and guided the Cavaliers to their first national championship as drum major in 1957. His leadership qualities caused Don Warren to recruit him into the management ranks during the championship decade of the 1960s, seeing him rise to executive vice president by the early 1970s. He continued to be a source of guidance to subsequent drum majors, marching members, corps managers, and Don Warren himself through the many years. Upon his passing several years ago, he bequeathed the Corps its largest donation in history, leaving both a legacy of leadership and sustainability for the Cavaliers. Shortly before his death, a large group of snare drummers gathered in his honor for one last round of paradiddles with him in the center. The group spanned almost 60 years of alumni. There was not a dry eye in the room as Bruce struggled, but succeeded in leading us all one last time. He remains a standard of leadership that all Cavalier drum majors strive to achieve. Accepting the award on behalf of Bruce Teakin is his longtime friend and drum instructor of the Cavaliers, Larry McCormick.
Bruce Teakin and I met in the Schurz High School band. I remember the day he came into the band room first time. He was like a year later than I was in the band. And he came in dressed like a styling guy. He had a thing we called, at the time, pants that are called drapes, really kind of a wild thing. And he had shoes that were square-toed shoes. And it was really, I was really impressed with how he entered the band room. So from that point on, we were good friends, and Bruce and I were invited to come to the Cavalier Drum Corps with an invitation to their gathering one night in 1953. So we were invited by Warren Alm and Bill Steinert, who were Cavaliers at the time and buglers. So we came into the Corps and joined it. We were really impressed with what it was. And from that point on, we became very close. We were inseparable. We were both mentored and tutored by Frank Arsenault, who was our drum instructor, who came from the East and turned the drum section around, taught us how to really play drums, and we became pretty good drummers at the time. I had to leave the Corps at the end of 1956, and Bruce became the drum major in 57, and that's when they won the first national with Bruce being drum major. I'm remembering Bruce being kind of a great leader, and he was became a part of the management team later in his life. And even to the day that we buried Bruce, we celebrated his life and all of his contribution to the Corps as we went to his wake service and sang the Corps song and Rainbow with the whole gang. So it was quite a thing. But you can be certain that Bruce's blood was definitely green. He was an amazing guy. I miss him very much. We were friends for well over 50 years, and he and his wife, Elaine, and my wife were social friends as well. So we hung out together from time to time and enjoyed the blessing of being around our gang from those days. So really pay tribute to Bruce, and he's certainly deserving of this award.
This is Mitch Markovich, and that was part of Stamina, the solo I used to win my first of 3 consecutive U.S. snare drum championships. And this is national champion and 6-year Cavalier instructor Frank Arsenault, who led my first 2 rehearsals in 1961. When I joined the Cavaliers, I played fairly low. The Cavalier line played much higher, so we compromised. We became known as the Fabulous 3Ms, Ron Markwinski, Ben Michael, and Mitch Markovich, and we had an undefeated drumline season. In January, after Frank Arsenault left, we had no instructor, so I, at 15 years old, and tenor Tom Radke became marching instructors. Ron and Ben were 19 or 20. After the National Individual Snare Drum Competition, Ron and Ben said, "We didn't know you could play that high." So we went back to the authentic Arsenault height. This increased exposure to error, but we were confident we could do it. We continued undefeated as a drumline and corps and had a whole lot more fun. I chose Stamina at the beginning of this video to demonstrate our increased dynamic range. Find me on Facebook to see the unedited 61 Cavalier drumline history, the evolution of the 2020 Markovich gold standard style, my critical 52 grip and form checkpoints, my new university, professor, and PhD master classes, and the Markovich and Rampad secrets to take your drumming to the next level. Thank you, Cavaliers, for having such an amazing impact on my life. Now, you enjoy our 61 Power Solo by Dick Brown.
Performing drum solo number 2 by Dick Brown, please welcome 60 Years of the Cavaliers.
There were some unique challenges in putting this project together. We formed audio and video teams to handle the workloads of mixing, editing, and stitching over 500 videos and audio files. Everything was kept organized with weekly sub-goals set to break the clinic down into smaller, more manageable parts. Communication was key in a project this large, and the core staff and member leadership had weekly Zoom meetings to keep everything on track and transparent. Using multiple Google Drives, Google Docs, spreadsheets, Dropbox, Sibelius, Premiere Pro, Ableton, Pro Tools, and Logic, we were able to teach and sift through all of the video and audio content and distill it down into our 60-minute presentation. Educationally, the evolution of the music from decade to decade was a fascinating experience for all of us. Different excerpts required different muscle groupings based on content and tempos, and it was great to combine the material with a history lesson and story unique to each piece. We really tried to go behind the music, and each chart became much more than notes on a page. We started in February by using the excerpts from past Cavaliers as playing assignments to assess member technique, musicianship, and time management. We would assign these excerpts in a closed Facebook group, which allowed all membership to see each other's handiwork and encouraged peer-to-peer dialogue. Asking the performers to capture their craft on video constantly tweaked their performance skill set. We also used cutting-edge technologies like SoundSlice and MusicChunks.com to give the membership educational tools that allowed them to upload a converted Sibelius file of the music and change tempo at will, empowering their individual learning processes. Embracing all forms of technology available to us created a virtual, educational experience that enabled our performance at PASIC for you today.
What an incredible, monumental effort by everyone involved with the Cavaliers percussion team, from the performers all the way through the staff and Mike McIntosh coordinating it all. And then on the technical side, Jeff Hardowitz doing the video and Nick Mason, the audio, leading those teams. And you saw how many people were involved in that, all of the different bits of software that were used and all the resources that were used in putting that PASIC presentation together. Just fantastic. And I know it was well received at PASIC. The Cavaliers very, very well represented in that virtual convention this year. So congratulations to everybody involved in that. And it was a little fascinating there. I'm glad they ran that making of segment. That gives you an idea of the scope of this project. And it's indicative of the kinds of things, the kinds of projects that Cavaliers are not afraid to tackle throughout the years. And that's what we're here to continue tonight. We are nearing the end of this Cav-A-Thon. Now, the after party is going to continue in the Rainbow Room. You can find out how to get there. And in fact, I encourage you to do it because it takes about 20 minutes to process everything so you can get into the Rainbow Room. But there's a lot still going on there right now, including all the auction items. You can take a look at those there. The Cavalier Museum. You can hang out in the Rose Suite, watch some music at the Cobra Lounge, or maybe do a little gambling in the Core Hall, which is made up to look like Logan Square. That's all going on in the Rainbow Room. $73 donation gets you in there. $100 donation gets you in the Rainbow Room, plus a couple of T-shirts in different colors, and a $500 donation, 4 T-shirts, 2 different designs, 2 different colors, a donor plaque, and access to the Rainbow Room. That's all available right now at give.cavaliers.org. We have that challenge grant still on the table. And we're running out of time on that. In fact, we're just about out of time. Donate now so we can take advantage of that $15,000 challenge that has been put on the table for us. We may have an anonymous donation, but we'll get to that in just a little bit. But I think we may have a donation coming in. In any case, we're going to wrap this up by coming into the most contemporary version of the Cavaliers, and that was the field show in 2019. The last time we saw them on the field in that great other side of the track show. I'm going to speak first, though, with we've gotten caught up with Mike McIntosh and the percussion and with Travis Spees and the color guard. We haven't really talked a whole lot about the horn line. So let's do that first. Coming up, the 2019 show. But before we do that, here's Kevin LeBouf and a conversation he and I had about the Cavaliers brass in 2020 and beyond. Part of this is checking in with some of the caption managers in the Cavaliers, find out what has happened with the core during 2020. We know there have been things going on behind the scenes, and also find out what's possibly in store for 2021. Kevin LeBouf is the brass caption manager of the Cavaliers. Hi, Kevin. How are you?
How's it going, Dan? I'm doing well.
What have you been up to in 2020? What have you done to keep the performers engaged?
You know, everything's virtual. We're all, not only the Cavaliers, but every drum corps has been thrown into this, and we've had to get really creative. But you know, drum corps is one of those things that there's nothing that could have prepared anyone for this year. But if there's any activity that could help someone deal with adversity and thinking on the spot, it's probably drum corps. You know, the bus breaks down. Everyone get on the percussion bus, and you know, we got people sitting on laps and in bays overhead. Drum corps, you're just used to rolling with the punches. So, you know, it's no different now.
Kevin, you're a Cavalier brother now, but drum corps fans saw you shoot to stardom in our activity with Carolina Crown. Can you compare? No, I don't want you to compare and contrast two organizations, because obviously they're very different places. Yep. But you've experienced both drum corps families. What's the Cavaliers' time been like for you?
The Cavaliers thing, admittedly, it's a young group of people. You know, Michael Crown is the brass team alone, just chock full of DCI Hall of Famers popping in and out. And you know, they've had since, you know, 2003 is when that team really got established. They've had years to dial in that process, that team, and they're, you know, they could write the book, that team at Crown. And the thing I like about Cavaliers is that I think we have kind of a blank page right now. You know, Mike, our arranger, he's you know, his mid-30s. He's still a kid. And, you know, I'm not 30 yet. I'm still a kid. Our team is relatively young, but the cool thing about it is we're very tight. We're really good friends, and we're hungry. And to have that, I think it's going to bode well for us in the next couple of years.
What would you point out to the casual drum corps fan about 2019 that maybe they didn't realize?
To the casual drum corps fan, is there a thing?
Well, no, that's a very good point.
So 2019, you know, just to recap, it was my second year. It was our second year as a team. And we learned so much in 2018. In 2018, you know, Mike had his crew and I had my crew, and we put like 7 and 7 people together who had really never taught together. So everything on paper would say that's not gonna go well. But there was like this forced kind of intention from everyone, like we're gonna get to know each other. We're going to aggressively get to know each other, our personalities and our skill sets. And by the end of 2018, we were cooking. And then 2019, it was so nice to have a year under our belt, working with each other, and not only with the staff, but with the horn line. So in November 2018, when I walked in, you know, I was going around micromanaging little stuff, horn angles, you know, what their stuff was doing on the ground, how prepared their music should be, just expectation stuff that I wanted, that our team wanted. But then 2019, I just remember walking into that room, and the people that had been there previously were giving kids next to them the elbow, like, hey, they were doing the little details that I was doing. So I don't want to say I didn't work as hard in 2019. I worked differently, but like I didn't have to worry about the little stuff, because the membership was just so great that came back. And then the staff was like, oh, we have a year under our belt. I know what you want. You know what I want. You know, Kevin, I know you're going to forget to do this. I'm going to handle that behind the scenes, you know, that kind of thing. And then we went out to California at the beginning of the year. We had such a great trip out there. It's like the most beautiful part of the country. That kind of excitement. The show was great. The ballot obviously was a 10. Thomas Newman stuff. But that opener, I will say, when you listen to that, what was it, Rouse in the beginning? Where we played that the Medusa stuff. It's just the most. When Mike played me that MIDI recording, and I have to find that. I have to put that out. When that MIDI recording was played, I looked at him like I thought he was trying to pull a joke on me because it sounded so bad. It was awful. It was just a bunch of it was like someone was taking the piano and just going like this. The notes were so close together. And I was like, all right, Mike, where's the real opener? This is pretty funny. He goes, no, that's it. I was like, okay. And then we played through it for the first time and I turned to him and I was like, oh my God, this is going to be great. It's just one of those things that he was able to see past the MIDI file. And I wasn't, I wasn't ready to hear it, but it came out great. No, it was just, it was a fun year for us.
That's the kind of stuff I was looking for right there. Kevin LeBooth, thank you very much.
Of course.
Cavaliers 2019, The Wrong Side of the Tracks.
Performing their 2019 program, The Wrong Side of the Tracks. Drum Corps Nashville proud to present the Cavaliers.
This is the life we chose, the life we lead. The greatest loss is what dies inside us while we live. Shall we have a wee bit of fun now? The world is not a beautiful place, but I do believe in redemption. There is only one guarantee. None of us will see heaven.
ladies and gentlemen, under the direction of Monty Mask and Dr. Michael Vaughn, the Cavaliers!
I want to take this one last opportunity to thank the team that put all of these events together. The auction, the Rainbow Room, the Cav-A-Thon, and made this possible for the organization to be able to continue into 2021. I also want to recognize our board of directors, our administrative team, our fabulous instructional staff and designers, and especially our volunteers who dedicate so much to make sure that the Cavaliers is possible. Every year when we get together for our organizational retreat, the board of directors and the rest of the guests that are there from our group, we always ask ourselves, what do the Cavaliers really do well? And invariably it comes out that we produce leaders. Somehow we keep producing generations of leaders that are in decision-making and leadership roles, no matter what industry they go into or what jobs, and especially in the marching arts, whether it's drum corps, band, at the high school or college level, winter guard, percussion, everything. It's always the Cavaliers that seem to be the most frequent leaders in those groups. I call it the Accidental Leadership Program. Do we have formal classes in leadership? No, but we seem to put our members into roles where they have no choice but to develop those leadership qualities. That's what makes us so grateful for your support, so we can continue to turn out generations of leaders through the Cavaliers. On behalf of the board of directors and the entire Cavalier organization, thank you, and we'll see you on the field in 2021.
Thank you, Chris Hardowitz. Yes, Cavaliers back on the field in 2021. Exactly what that looks like is yet to be determined, but it will happen in one shape, form, or another. DCI holding 3 days of events. Again, details to be announced in the middle of August. I believe it's the 12th, 13th, and 14th of August at Lucas Oil Stadium, but corps individually planning other events during the summer, Cavaliers being among them. All right, this is our last break here in the Cav-A-Thon. Things are going to continue, and I'll go over that in just a moment. But the first thing we need to do is thank as many people as possible for their hard work on this webathon, this fundraising effort. Thank you especially to the Cavalier staff and designers who have done so much for free during 2020. And have kept in contact with the members and have taken a personal interest well above and beyond their professional capacities during this strange and horrible year. So thank you to the staff and all the volunteers who have managed to just keep this organization together through all of it this year. Congratulations to our 4 award winners tonight, our 2 honorary Cavaliers, Dr. Brenda Brack and Michael Vaughn, and our 2 Adolph DeGrauwe Legacy Award winners tonight, Michael Gaines and Bruce Tietgen. Just saw Michael Gaines post on Facebook. Michael, so proud of you. That is fantastic. Thanks to our sponsors, Yamaha, FJM, Remo, Zildjian, Innovative Percussion, thanks to Ultimate Drill Book, and thanks especially to the city of Rosemont for their unwavering support of the Cavaliers. Okay, some things are still going to go on after we go off the air here. One of them is the after party. It's happening in the Rainbow Room. $73 gets you into the Rainbow Room and all the stuff going on there. I've detailed it throughout the night. There's music there. There's auction items. There's gambling going on. There's just hangouts and people. And oh, by the way, speaking of hangouts, the Cavaliers are going to continue using this Rainbow Room for other events and hangouts in the future. So stay tuned for information on that. As far as the auction items, the auction will continue through 5 p.m. Central Time on Tuesday. So you can continue to go to give.cavaliers.org, click on the link to the auction, and make your bids on those items there. One of the items is a cooking lesson and dinner virtually with me. I'll do, well, we can talk about how many courses and what that involves, but we'll hook up virtually. We'll cook together, we'll eat and drink together, and we'll talk drum corps together. So please bid on that. I look forward to doing that. Let me see, I've got the auction. We had the 2002 Run It Back. We only showed you about 17 minutes of an hour and 15 minutes dissecting the entire 2002 framework show. We're posting the whole Run It Back episode in the very near future on YouTube, so watch for that as well. I think that, I know what I should do. I should tell you how much we raised. As of this moment, $50,371. So thank you very, very much. And we were able to get to that amount because of an anonymous donation. I wrote this really small here, so let me make sure I read everything. We got an anonymous $10,000 donation, and it's in honor of the 1964 Midwest Circuit Color Guard champions and their instructors, Joe Miller and Don Peterson, an anonymous donation of $10,000. Add that to the match that we had on the table, and that took us to $50,371. That's nothing to sneeze at. So thank you, Cavalier Nation, for your support this evening during our Cav-A-Thon. Okay, that's it. I've got to say thanks to Chris Hardowitz and to everybody at the Cavaliers organization for allowing me to be your host this evening. I've really, truly enjoyed this. It's been an education for me. I hope it has been for you too. Continue to give, continue to support the Cavaliers, and we will see you on the field in 2021. I can't believe I get to say this. I get to say this. Gentlemen. Of course, I've got to thank Monty Mass. Thank you, Jeff, for the reminder. Monty Mass, thank you for your help, especially at the beginning of the show, and for all of your support. Our new executive director doing a great job in one of the most trying years anybody could ever imagine. Thank you, Monty Mass. Okay, can I do it now? I'm so anxious to do this. I can't believe as a non-Cavalier I get to do this. Gentlemen, let's sing too.
Cavalier. we know that we never will go wrong. So march on the victory Cavaliers. As we march on through the years, we march along and sing the song, for we are the Cavaliers. We are the Cavaliers. There is no more we fear. We march along and sing the song, for we know that we never will go wrong. So march on through the Cavaliers. As we march on through the years, we march along and sing the song, for we are the Cavaliers. Hey! 1, 2, 3, slow!